Yeah, like I'm just a butterfly. And I'm all that. Never pass that dope. Try to eat pink birds, speaking I ain't lactose. I ain't trying to have no. I just know I'm mad dope. Kick dead bow, my bow, just top bow. Top. It ain't no problem. You really see the prize. I relate with Patana. Yeah, I want that. When you step out, why do you crying out? Parallel G, that put you said that. Rick plays that back to the couch. Word play. Oh, my first name. I think I'm coming to you. You took the birthday. I got it for the days. I brought it for the days. We up and down some blocks, spinning that crack cake. Let them know that. You can ever later. Million home sellers couldn't find a real estate. Slight work, slight work. The wrong drink, the right work. Slight work, right work. The wrong drink, the right work. Work, 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 work. was running on an empty heart, not a trace of gasoline. Trying to dim every single spark that could hurt, that could burn all of me. Like a soldier on the battleground, lying wounded on the field. Fighting alone with a broken sword, now I'm caught in a world of shield. You hold me now, and let me live on. Let it go, burn me forever, but if you hold me now and leave me never, let it go, burn me forever, I need a companion, girl. I guess that must be you. Body like the summer, touching like your mother. Don't you tell them what we do. Don't tell, you ain't gotta tell them, don't tell, you ain't don't tell, you ain't gotta tell them, don't tell them. Don't you say it down, don't tell them how you hit the ground. You know, from Chicago, I can move, I'll be proud with it. Ain't nobody tell me out though. You got this feeling on the side. Get it up, put them out. But you worry about them, I don't bring it out. Only if you got me feeling like this. Oh, love it, I'm driving the rhythm in your hips. Rhythm is a dancer. I need a companion. Girl, I guess that must be you. Body like the summer, touching like your mother. Don't you tell them what we do. Don't tell, you ain't gotta tell me, don't tell, you ain't don't tell, you ain't gonna stop me? Yeah, who gonna stop me? No brakes in these fake farm. So many watches on their arms. One night I got their charms. Who gonna stop me? Who gon' stop me? Last night it goes so well. Got treated up like a hotel. Got little freaky like Marvin Allen. Yes, tell how the wholesale. Who's kind of player? Everybody I know from the hood got kind of haters. In some relations, you just broke the statement. I just go to the door, man. When I feel like open faces. Like easy was faces, but I guess it's certain faces. I only like great faces.
Down in my neighborhood. I missed every game now. Yeah, right? No, I know. We're going to go. Hello.
There. Test of how we handle adversity.
From Gold Farm Gymnasium on the campus of Johns Hopkins University, McDaniel College basketball is on the air. We'll have good evening, everybody. Tim Murray with you alongside Luke Stilson, and we're joined now by Becky Martin as we get set for a doubleheader of basketball. And Coach, before we get into the nuts and bolts of this game, interesting situation are going to be involved tonight with a shot clock. So 15-second marker, the PA announcer will announce 15, then a countdown from 10 on down. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Well, I'd like to say no, but yes, I have. Unfortunately, if you've been around for 30-some years, you see a little bit of everything, so not too much surprises you. But at this stage of the game, given the technology and everything, you hope you don't have to deal with these adverse conditions. But it is what it is, and every coach wants parity, so it's not like they get a 30-second shot clock and we don't. You deal with it.
Well, one thing is the way you guys have played the past couple of years, the shot clock usually doesn't come into that big of a problem for you guys, the way you are running up and down. So I guess that's a positive.
You realize, Tim, you just jinxed it.
I know, absolutely. I do know
today,
that.
We're probably going to have
you're going to be up 4 points, just going to hold it.
Clock violations, and it's going to be your fault, and I will hold you accountable.
Sounds good. Well, last time you wore you wore blue against Gettysburg, and that worked out in your favor.
That's true. It did.
15-1 now. Emma Winger, big game though over the weekend, and she's really flourished at times, coming off the bench from the high ankle sprain. Now another high ankle sprain. I don't know what's in the water in Westminster. It's the high ankle sprain team this year with Carly Zepps going down to the high ankle sprain. But Emma playing so well against her sinus, that has to be such an encouraging thing for you guys.
I was pleased for her, and certainly selfishly for the team, because Emma is such a big factor over the last 4 years. And, to have a key player like that go down and be out for 5 weeks and then, try to come back physically and mentally, it's been tough. And, that was her breakout game. I think she's feeling, good. I see the spark back in the sparkle in her eye. I think she's ready. Again, we're coming, we're over the hump, so to speak, with the season, and we want to get prepared for postseason play and opportunities, so we need her to feel comfortable. So it's one of those things where we got Emma back, and then down goes Carly. So, hopefully we'll get her back this weekend, because, if there's anything positive that's come out of all this, is our other pros who had played in reserve have really stepped up, and now we have a genuine, we can pick and say, okay, you're starting tonight. They're all capable of doing that. And Shelby stepped up and had a great game up at Ursinus also. But we're pleased that Emma is back, and I'd love her to have another double-double tonight.
The emergence of Alyssa March has been really fun to watch. She was, you'd see a tall girl like her come in, and she's a bit of a work in progress, and it seems like she's starting to come into her own now. And she's really had a terrific junior season.
She has, and she's one of those people that, we pride ourselves that we don't necessarily get the big-time players that come in and play as freshmen. We've taken pride in traditionally working with people and helping them build and develop. And she's one of those. We saw some neat things, in high school. We knew that, it was going to be a transition into the college game. And, quite frankly, she struggled the first 2 years. And part of it was not that we didn't have faith in her, but her own confidence. And she stepped up to the plate and doing some neat things. And she's going to be, quite a factor. If she took this leap from last year, I can't wait till next year.
Coming in and playing Johns Hopkins, I know it has to be a thrill for the girls to come in. It's the rivalry in the state of Maryland. I know Washington's in Maryland and Gettysburg is close by, but this is another one of those rivalries that your girls have to get up for.
We've always had, the rivalry between Hopkins, and I've always said this over and over. We kind of have like a little chip on our shoulder, right, because it's Johns Hopkins University, that people have heard of internationally because of the medical school. And then there's McDaniel College. But no, I said this I ran into their men's coach, Bill Nelson, in the hallway, and we talked for a few minutes. And, one of the things I said was, no matter whether we're 5-20, Nancy's 15 and, whatever, when we go head to head, nobody would know what our records are, because we bring out the best in one another.
Going up against Coach Funk, I feel like I ask you this every single year, but it's fun to do.
That's okay. With my age, I don't remember.
There's a bit of a rivalry between you two, right? I mean, now you can say both of you guys have won 500 games.
Yes, but I have the pleasure of saying I played against Nancy's team when she coached. So I can at least say that.
Coach, always appreciate the time. Good luck tonight.
All right, thank you.
That's Becky Martin, head coach of the Green Terror. And, it is always fun to have the McDaniel and Johns Hopkins game. McDaniel 15-1, 9-1 in conference play. Johns Hopkins 11-6, 8-3 in conference play. Here at Gold Farm Gymnasium, they're 6-2 on the season. McDaniel, their lone loss on the road was at Muhlenberg, and that's what Johns Hopkins did most recently. A tough game for Johns Hopkins, held to just 31 points. And I don't know what it was, Luke, but it feels like that game McDaniel played against Muhlenberg back in early January, turned Muhlenberg around, and they, with 2 losses, might be the team to beat right now in the Centennial Conference.
Yeah, you and I have talked about it since Saturday. It seems like Muhlenberg is really playing the best right now of anybody, and it goes back to that win they got at home about that win back in early January, and they've rolled since then. I'm not sure they've lost since that game.
No, they haven't.
So they got their losses out of the way early, I guess you could say.
So.
And this starts a big week for the Green Terror. It's at Hopkins tonight, which is never an easy task. it's a 3-game week. So you go to Washington on Thursday. No one ever likes going down to the House of King.
Never.
And then you come home. It's Alumni Day on Saturday, but you got Muhlenberg coming into town, and that's the game you need to get if you're McDaniel to force the season split on that series. And keep yourself in that position where you can be the 1 seed at the end of the season.
And you never want to talk too early about seeding in the playoffs, but right now it's hard to avoid it. 9-1 in the conference. You look at the other team with 1 loss in the conference, and that's Haverford. McDaniel beat Haverford on the road, but there they are. Muhlenberg kind of waiting in the wings, and a win by the Mules on Saturday would give them the leg up in the head-to-head, a 2-0 advantage, and therefore would give them the driver's seat to host the Centennial Conference playoffs, which is it's always so critical to be able to stay at home. And I know that on the women's side, it's been a little bit different in history because a road team has come into the home seed and has unseated them a number of times in the past 10 years or so. Yeah, so I mean, you kind of look at a number of different ways, but still, if you ask any coach in the conference, the goal is to host if they have the chance. Obviously, the goal initially, just get in the playoffs, but once you start getting, as the season progresses on, you have that opportunity to look ahead. The goal is to be the host, and McDaniel has a great opportunity right now.
Absolutely. You still got 1 loss. You got the rematch with Haverford coming up. You got the rematch with Muhlenberg. If you can take care of business in that rematch with Muhlenberg, you've got, a 2-game lead on Muhlenberg in the loss column. You still got Haverford one more time. You can knock them down with another loss. But you also look at Muhlenberg. It's not just Muhlenberg has 2 losses. Muhlenberg actually has 2 games in hand on the return because they come in. They enter tonight at 10-2. They are, I believe, they're off. They're not playing a conference game tonight, so they'll still stand at 10-2 at the end of the night. But it means that they don't have that 3-game. They don't have the schedule in February that McDaniel is. McDaniel is going to make up that 1 extra game in the month of February to get back to wrapping up the schedule.
Tim Murray and Luke Stilson with you. We're here at Goldfarb Gymnasium. A little bit of a delayed start. Quick, just to remind you folks, we mentioned it to the head coach, Becky Martin, but the shot clocks are out here in Baltimore. Nothing to do with the snowstorm, just a bit of freak of nature. I think it happened over the weekend in the men's game here at Goldfarb Gymnasium. So the ruling will be at 15. They'll be holding the shot clock by stopwatch at the scorer's table. At 15, the PA announcer will announce 15 seconds left, and then from 10 on down, he'll announce it 10, 9, so on and so forth, all the way down to 1. So I would be shocked if there's a shot clock violation, unless there is an air ball. There's not going to be any confusion knowing how much time is left in the shot clock. So I guess that is one of the benefits of the shot clock being turned off and this being the solution.
Yeah, the beginning of the game will be interesting. It will take some getting used to in that your guards aren't going to be able to look up and see the shot clock. You're not going to hear it from the bench, but you will hear it from the PA announcer. So you're going to know exactly how much time's left. So it's only going to be a matter of whether you get down to 2-3 seconds and you shoot that into the ball. That's about the only way, as you said, we're going to see a shot clock violation.
For McDaniel, they come into this game fresh off a 77-63 win, and for the Green Terror, they've won 6 straight. All of those games are conference. Oh, check that! 5 of those 6 games are conference victories. A Bryn Mawr non-conference game in the middle there, but a 77-63 win over Ursinus on Saturday, and an impressive performance from Emma Winger. And once again, we talked about it with Coach Martin. Carly Zepps being out of the lineup is obviously a big loss for this McDaniel team, but seeing the emergence once again of senior Emma Winger, who also had a high ankle sprain, so she was dealing with getting her feet back under her, back in the starting lineup, getting that double-double, so important for her. And you hope if you get Carly Zepps back fully 100%, whether it be Saturday or later on down the road, to think about those two back in the starting lineup like it was on opening night. This team is a better basketball squad.
Yeah, it's probably one of those things with Emma. She's not used to coming off the bench. She hadn't really come off the bench at all in her career. She steps in, now she's coming off the bench. And obviously, Alyssa was playing so well, that lineup was working so well. You just wrote that lineup knowing that they were going to rotate in and out. It didn't matter really from the start of the game. But the biggest part about Emma's was the bounce back performance on Saturday. Having you on the starting lineup after an 0-for-9 night on Wednesday night against Gettysburg, and really part of an entire Green Terror team that really struggled inside against Gettysburg team. But she specifically 0 for 9 in that. And, her and Alyssa both inside and getting shots blocked all night. For them to bounce back and have that game on Saturday against, pretty much every team in this league. We say that night in and night out, a bigger team than this Green Terror team.
Yeah, that's one thing. McDaniel is one of the quickest teams. They'll turn every team over that they face coming into today's game. Fourth in Division III basketball and turnover margin at plus 10.94. McDaniel, let's take a look at those standings. Currently in first place, a half game up on Haverford. They've also won the head-to-head matchup. They'll play again later on in the season. McDaniel 9-1, Haverford 8-1. Muhlenberg is 10-2, currently in third place in the conference. Johns Hopkins, they are 8-3, fresh off a loss though to Muhlenberg over the weekend, 50-31. Gettysburg 6-5 in fifth place, so that would be your playoff setting if the season were to end today. The 4-5 game would be Hopkins against Gettysburg, or Sinus on the outside looking in at 5-6, and that's the only team that really has a legitimate shot to sneak into the playoffs right now that is outside of the top 5, because it goes to Franklin Marshall 2-7, Swarthmore 2-9, Dickinson 2-10, and Washington College at 1-9. We're just moments away from the start of game 1 of our doubleheader. Tim Murray and Luke Stilson with you. We're courtside at Gold Farm Gymnasium on the campus of Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland. The Blue Jays come in 11-6, 8-3 in conference play. The Green Terror 15-1, 9-1 in conference play. McDaniel's won 6 in a row coming into this game. Johns Hopkins lost over the weekend. This is the 75th meeting all-time between McDaniel and Johns Hopkins. The Green Terror currently owning a 39-35 all-time series lead. So the 75th meeting all-time, just a couple minutes away. We're going to step aside for the national anthem here from Gold Farm Gymnasium. It's Hopkins and McDaniel, game 1 of our doubleheader. National anthem here from Gold Farm Gymnasium on the campus of Johns Hopkins University. We're just moments away from tip between the Green Terror and the Blue Jays. 75th meeting all time between these two schools. For McDaniel, 15-1, 9-1 in conference play. Hopkins 11-6 and 8-3 in conference play. Hopkins will be wearing their home white uniforms. Hopkins across the chest in light blue lettering, light blue numerals on the front and back. Carolina blue with the piping down the sides. McDaniel in those home white or road green uniforms with the white numerals on front and back. McDaniel spelled across the chest in white lettering. Starting lineups for the home Johns Hopkins Blue Jays. Katie Clark, guard, junior out of Murrieta, California. B. Williams, the daughter of former Yankee Bernie Williams, junior, 5'9" from Armonk, New York. Alyssa Fleming, guard, senior, 5'6" from Bloomsbury, New Jersey. Liz Tomasi, a junior guard from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Haley Bush, a senior, 5'11" from Manhattan Beach, California. Head coach is Nancy Funk in her 29th season at Johns Hopkins, a 507 and 236 record here at Hopkins, 623 career wins, ninth most currently among Division III women's basketball coaches. For the Green Terror, same starting lineup we've seen the past couple of games since Carly Zepps went down to the high ankle sprain. Brittany Davis, who leads the Centennial Conference and is second in the country in assist-to-turnover ratio. She will start at one guard spot. Steph Perez, who became the sixth player in Centennial Conference history to pick up her 200th career three-pointer. On Saturday, she will start at the other guard spot. Lindsay Nichols, junior guard, 5'9" from Wilmington, Delaware. And down low, Emma Wingert, the senior, one of the captains, 6 foot from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Season high, 14 points and 13 rebounds at Ursinus on Saturday. Alyssa March, the junior center, 6 foot from Falston, Maryland. From our broadcast location, McDaniel will go right to left, and Johns Hopkins in the home whites will go left to right. Jumping center will be Alyssa March against Haley Bush. Alongside Luke Stilson, Tim Murray with you. Thanks so much for joining us here on McDanielAthletics.com. A doubleheader of Centennial Conference basketball, and a women first, followed by the men.
One thing we've always seen in the last couple of years in this rivalry is trying to contain Haley Bush inside. It's going to be Alyssa March and Emma Winger probably tag teaming her inside, so it's going to be a matter of them neutralizing her inside. Opening
tip controlled by Johns Hopkins, and we are underway. Left to right they go. Skip pass over to the near side outside the paint is Alyssa Fleming. Now a pass goes into the backcourt, and a backcourt violation is called, so a quick turnover gives the ball back to the Green Terror.
And just like that, we don't have to worry about a shot clock violation at the first bet.
Once again, we'll keep you updated on the shot clock situation. It's being kept at the scorer's table. Man-to-man defense for Johns Hopkins. Brittany Davis between the circles over the right wing to Steph Perez. Perez, middle of the floor, steps to the free throw line, bounces it to Brittany Davis. Dribble drive, back out to Steph Perez, outside the arc. Screen set up to her left. Comes back right into the corner, far side, Brittany Davis, 15 to shoot. Inside they go to Lindsay Nichols. Ball is stolen away, or knocked away, I should say, by Liz Tomasi, and they say, who was the last touch by? The referees will converge, and they will say last touch by McDaniel.
Saturday, the first time all season that the Green Terror didn't win the turnover battle. It ended up tied 17-17. 1-1 here early on in that turnover battle. We mentioned, among the leaders in the country in turnover margin.
Left to right, Johns Hopkins goes just underway, under 45 seconds into this first half. No score. Right wing, Liz Tomasi, leading scorer for this Blue Jays team. Lob pass inside to Haley Bush, and she bounces it block to block, but it goes off the leg of B. Williams out of bounds, and that'll give the ball back to McDaniel. 19:02 to go first half. Scoreless between McDaniel and Hopkins. Ball goes into the front court. Emma Winger, middle of the floor, works it over to Brittany Davis. Left elbow, Emma Winger, back out to the wing as Nichols, three-pointer, airballed. B. Williams with the rebound. Hopkins wants to run out in transition. Haley Bush catches it and finishes from the right side. Nice outlet pass up ahead by Katie Clark, and a solid finish by Haley Bush, giving Johns Hopkins a 2-0 lead.
Saw that a little bit in the first half on Saturday against Ursinus. Ursinus was able to get out in transition. When they were able to get out in transition, they were able to score.
Man-to-man defense here for Johns Hopkins. Last time down, they were in zone. Ball goes inside to Emma Winger. Winger, a reverse layup is good. She goes from the far side block to the near side using the right hand and finishes to make it 2-2. Tomasi brings it into the front court, guarded by Nichols. Gets it off to Williams on the far side wing, guarded by Emma Winger, giving her some space still well outside the arc. Katie Clark, right wing, screen to her left, dribble penetration, left of the lane, loses it out of bounds, and it goes out of bounds. Last touch by McDaniel. 10 to shoot, 17:49 to go first half, 2-2 our score. Hopkins and McDaniel. Katie Clark to inbound, right of her own basket. Gets it inside to Alyssa Fleming. Elbow jumper on the way, front rim no good, and the rebound brought in by Alyssa March. Brittany Davis into the front court.
Rebounding always the key in the games. Hopkins always one of the top rebounding teams in the conference. No different this year.
Nichols
42 a game.
between the circle. March down low. Tough shot, and her shot was blocked, but they're going to say Haley Bush fouled her. So fortunate break there, and Alyssa March will head to the free throw line.
It looked pretty clean.
It did look clean.
She got her on the hand, though.
Alyssa March coming into today a 56% free throw shooter. 18 of 32 on the season. First free throw on the way and good. Nothing but net. Giving McDaniel their first lead of the game, 3-2.
Daniel 67% as a team from the line, among the leaders in the conference. Always something that a Becky Barton coach team is prided itself on, being able to hit those free throws.
March hits both, 4-2. McDaniel in front by a pair. Hopkins ball, guarded man-to-man. Full court, Brittany Davis on Katie Clark. Between the circles, Clark guarded very closely by Davis. Now gets it to Haley Bush outside the arc. Hands it off to Alyssa Fleming. Fleming works it to the right wing, 15 to shoot. Bounce pass inside. Alyssa March comes around Haley Bush and steals it away. Great defensive play there by March. And here comes McDaniel to the front court. Brittany Davis works over to the right wing, bounces it to March on the elbow. Far side, baseline is Emma Winger. Winger dribbles back out in the corner, guarded closely by B. Williams, and this pass is deflected out of bounds. Last touch by Johns Hopkins. McDaniel leading 4-2. 16:51 to go, first half. 13 to shoot for the Green Terror. Inbounds goes to Emma Winger. Winger goes over to Brittany Davis. Nichols, step back jumper. That one no good off the back rim, and a strong rebound brought in by the Blue Jays as that was Alyssa Fleming. Outlet pass up ahead to Haley Bush. She can finish right in front of the basket, and that's the second time today we've seen Katie Clark in transition look for the center, Haley Bush, as she has all 4 points, and it's a tie game, 4-4.
Haley Bush just getting out a little bit in front of Alyssa March. When she's got that step on her, Katie Clark's finding her, and she's hitting in transition.
Haley Bush, the fourth leading scorer for this Johns Hopkins team. No one for the Blue Jays averaging in double figures.
Sounds like the McDaniel men's team.
Three-pointer on the way from Lindsay Nichols. That's no good. 9.6, 8.8, 8.2, 7.6. Those are your top four leading scorers for this Johns Hopkins team. Katie Clark, guarded very closely by Brittany Davis between the circles, right near the timeline. And now gets it to Haley Bush. Back off to Fleming. Fleming between the circles. 10 to shoot. B. Williams driving to the basket, left of the lane. Ball goes out of bounds. They say last touch by Emma Winger. So Hopkins will inbounds with about 8 to shoot here. It'll be Katie Clark right of her own basket. Inbounds goes to Haley Bush. Back to Clark. 7 to shoot. Baseline drive. Tough shot. Contested. And the rebound brought in by Alyssa March. And now Haley Bush is going to be called for a foul. And that is her second. So 15:38 to go in the first half. And that is a huge foul as Haley Bush, who has all 4 points for Hopkins, and as Luke, you mentioned, is always a matchup problem for this McDaniel team because of her size down low. Well, she will likely head to the bench very soon and may not see much more action in this half. As B. Williams gets a steal, and now it's a 4-on-1 break. B. Williams drops it off right side to Katie Clark, and she finishes with a right side layup.
It's good. Now all 6 points really in transition. That really not against the set defense for the Green Terror. It's really been the transition game that Hopkins is getting out and running on.
2-point lead for Johns Hopkins, 6-4, 15 minutes to play. Alyssa March in the paint, and she goes up against Haley Bush, knowing those 2 fouls, and goes right into number 50 in white and uses the glass to make it 6-6. Middle of the floor, Alyssa Fleming. The ball is knocked away and stolen. Emma Winger up ahead to Nichols. 2-on-1 break. And her shot is blocked from behind by Alyssa Fleming. And now a jump ball between Fleming and Steph Perez. Alternate possession will go to the Green Terror. Substitutions coming in. Kira McCullough will come in, the senior center from New Hyde Park, New York. And a substitution for McDaniel. Brittany Davis goes out. Jasmine Smith in. 14:44 to go, first half. And there's B. Williams knocking the pass away initially, but Emma Winger chases it down, comes up, elbow jumper, that's no good. And the ball goes out of bounds as Liz Tomasi just lets that one go out. And Hopkins will have possession.
See what Jasmine Smith now can do running the point of this press and see if she can use her athleticism and force some turnovers or at least slow them up in transition.
Tomasi brings it into the front court here for Hopkins. Kira McCullough gives it off to B. Williams, back to Tomasi between the circles. 15 to shoot here for Hopkins. Hand off to Alyssa Fleming. Fleming driving left of the lane, puts up a tough shot. That's no good. No rim, so the shot clock continues to roll. Tomasi has to put something up and puts up a wild shot and gets it to go. Are you kidding me? With one on the shot clock, Liz Tomasi, with a smile on her face, somehow got that one to go from the right wing. And this is a Johns Hopkins team that is dreadful from long range. Just 24% on the season.
And that was more of a wing and a prayer. Right? Yeah. The shot clock's firing off balance. Jasmine Smith in her face, and she gets it to go right in front of the McDaniel bench.
Jasmine Smith came down offensively. She put up a wild shot, couldn't get it to go, and the rebound brought in by Hopkins. 3-point lead for the Blue Jays, their largest of the evening, very early on, 13 and a half minutes ago. Bounce pass inside to McCullough on the right block, and she can't get it to go. A nice move from the right side, but just rimmed off. Rebound brought in by Emma Winger. 3-point lead for the Blue Jays. McDaniel possession going right to left from our vantage point here in Baltimore. Winger driving baseline, skips it out to Smith. Three-pointer on the way. That one front rim, no good. Nichols, offensive rebound. She puts it back up. That's no good. Rolled just off to the left of the rim, and B. Williams brings down the board. Under 13 minutes to play, first half. 3-point lead for Hopkins. Katie Clark at the midcourt logo gets it to B. Williams. Between the circles, guarded by Emma Winger. Gives a head fake, and now 5 seconds is called as there was just enough to get that 5-second count between Emma Winger and B. Williams. As substitutions coming in, Emma Winger, Steph Perez out, Shelby Taylor and Lauren Ballinger in.
From Silver Spring, Maryland, number 30, Lauren Ballinger. Junior forward from Huntington, Maryland.
Also, Stacy Ferry checks in for Johns Hopkins. Pass inside to the near side block. Alyssa March can't finish from the left side. Tries to get her own rebound and does just below the baseline. And now a new 30-second shot clock. 10 to shoot. Nichols to the basket. Right side layup is good. That hit rim?
Off backboard.
Okay. Looked like it hit rim, but nonetheless a putback. 9-8 is our score. Hopkins possession. Liz Tomasi driving hard to the basket. Good drive, but can't finish with the right hand. McCullough, though, offensive rebound using that 6'1" frame and finishing from the left side.
Johns Island, South Carolina. Number 11, Stacy Ferry.
Under 12 to play, first half. 3-point lead for Hopkins. Nichols coming off a screen, trying to finish right side, and she can't do so. Rebound brought in by Hopkins. And here come the Blue Jays working up the near side, middle of the floor. Liz Tomasi uses her left hand on the top of her head to give out the play. Maggie Fruhan, lob pass inside, just too much on that one. Too much air under the pass to McCullough. Goes out of bounds. Emily Rembert comes into the game for Hopkins. Brittany Davis back in for the Green Terror along with Emma Winger. And now a 1-3-1 zone. McDaniel calls out 2-1-2 to go against this 1-3-1. Second time today we've seen a zone look from Hopkins baseline, or excuse me, free throw line jumper. Back rim no good for Emma Winger.
If I recall correctly, last year that was a move that Nancy had gone to last year against Green Terror down here in the second game, in the second half, and it worked well. So just back to it again this year.
Another good defensive possession as Shelby Taylor was fronting the post. They tried to go inside to Kira McCullough. She deflected that one away, and then it went off the fingertips of McCullough trying to chase that one towards the baseline. Out of bounds, giving the ball back to the Green Terror, who trailed by 3.
6 turnovers now for the Blue Jays. here in the first 9 minutes of this game.
Jasmine Smith, the Baltimore native, playing in her hometown here tonight. Left elbow is Brittany Davis driving just outside the paint, and a nice runner by Brittany Davis to cut the deficit down to 1, 11-10. 10:40 to go, first half. Tomasi driving right of the lane, bounce pass to the near side to Rembert. Tomasi calls out Oklahoma to give the play to Hopkins, to her teammates. Outside the arc is Fruhan. Inside they go to the center, and now we've got a foul called. And Daniel coaching staff not thrilled by the referee's decision there, as the foul, I believe, will go on Lauren Ballinger. So first team foul, 10:16 to go first half, 11-10 is our score. Free throw on the way, in and out, no good for McCullough. Kira McCullough struggling from the free throw line this season, just 14 of 31 entering today, 45% clip.
Hopkins is a team not letting it up, just less than 65% as a team.
And she misses both. So rebound. Here comes Brittany Davis into the front court for the Green Terror. Hopkins, after a possession of 1-3-1, back to man. Brittany Davis no good from the right side, but she able to get her own rebound. Coming back in, it was deflected by Lauren Ballinger. Down low, Ballinger all alone. Beautiful pass from Emma Winger. And McDaniel back in front by 1. The senior Ballinger finishing with the left hand.
With Haley Bush out of the game, it seems like Green Terror have been able to get in and get those layups against a little bit smaller Hopkins team.
And Ballinger almost snagging the ball away, and they're going to say a loose ball foul against Emily Rembert. And I tell you one thing, we've talked about this a lot on the broadcast, Luke, is the energy that Lauren Ballinger, the senior, gives you in spurts is so influential for this McDaniel team as she heads back to the bench and Lindsay Nichols comes back in.
Absolutely. Averaging just 14 minutes a game, but 14 steals, 19 assists, really kind of a good backup option at point guard when you need Brittany Davis to have a spell or Jasmine's just, Jasmine's still a freshman. So a good senior leadership, calming influence there running the point.
Davis works to the left wing. 15 to shoot. Steph Perez puts up a three-pointer. Top of the arc, and it's good. A three-pointer for Steph Perez, and it makes it 15-11. And for Steph, that is the 38th consecutive game she has registered a three-pointer.
And now 201 for her career.
The number keeps climbing for the senior from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. 15 to shoot, 9 minutes to go, opening half. Dribble penetration, tough shot left side, and we've got a foul called as Maggie Fruhan, the senior from Clark Summit, Pennsylvania, driving to the basket. And now a foul is called against Steph Perez. And heading to the free throw line will be Maggie Fruhan.
Fruhan's never one to shy away from going inside and trying to draw that contact. And it's been working the last couple possessions down the floor.
Fruhan's first free throw is good. Substitution into the game. Alyssa Fleming checks in for Emily Rembert. Maggie Fruhan coming into today, a 46% free throw shooter, 13 of 28. Free throw up, that one no good. Rebound brought down by Nichols. And McDaniel's lead is at 3. 15-12, 8:50 to go first half. Brittany Davis, right wing, gets it up top to Steph Perez, still outside the arc. Screen to her left, gets it to Emma Winger now. 15 to shoot, Brittany Davis. Puts up a deep 2. That one no good. Rebound is brought in by Stacy Ferry. Hopkins, far side sideline. Katie Clark working along the baseline. Tough shot, that's no good. Deflected away, and Stacy Ferry saves it, but into the hands of Emma Winger. Now an outlet pass up ahead, Steph Perez, right side layup, and it's no good, as coming down the side of Perez was Rachel Cook, the 6'2" sophomore, and she heard the footsteps, and Steph Perez unable to finish from the right side. Score remains 15-12.
McDaniel usually a lot this season been money in transition.
And now an offensive foul is called on the far side of the court, extending that forearm, Katie Clark, into the chest of Brittany Davis. Alyssa March back into the game for Emma Winger on the floor for the Green Terror. Nichols, along with Brittany Davis, Steph Perez, Alyssa March, and Shelby Taylor. McDaniel wearing their road green uniforms, right to left in this opening half. Perez, three-pointer, top of the arc, and it's good. Her second three of the game, and McDaniel now with their largest lead at 6, and Coach Funk wants a timeout. So you give Steph Perez just enough room, and she's going to unleash. And for Steph Perez, a pair of three-pointers. She's 2 for 2 tonight from long range, and an 18-6 lead now. 18-12 lead for McDaniel with 7:45 to go.
That's why she's the top three-point field goal percentage in the conference, shooting 45% just about on the season.
Yeah, she doesn't try to force it. She'll take a lot of open looks, and that's one thing that the senior has certainly learned over her years here at McDaniel. And as a team, McDaniel coming in at around 37% from long range. And you also look at Lindsay Nichols. She's been deadly from long range at 40%. This is a McDaniel team that is extremely dangerous connecting from long range.
Well, we got a break since we're well behind the other games. Haverford and her Science have gone to the second half. Haverford holding an 11-point lead. So the Forge trying to hold court with that one loss still in the loss column.
After the timeout, Hopkins ball working left to right. Katie Clark, up top she goes to Alyssa Fleming. Fleming looking inside. The pass is deflected away, but Stacy Ferry brings it back in. B. Williams, right elbow, up top to Katie Clark, far side Fleming. Fleming driving, puts up a tough shot, and that's no good, but a late foul is called. They say a push from behind, and the push going to be against Alyssa March. Third team foul for McDaniel. So an unfortunate break there after a pretty good defensive possession. And the free throw on the way from Alyssa Fleming. And it's nothing but net. Alyssa Fleming coming into today. She started her 16th game of the season. As the free throw on the way, back rim no good. But B. Williams brings down the rebound. So missed free throw. But B. Williams there. 5-point lead for McDaniel, 18-13. Left to right, Hopkins working against the zone now for McDaniel. So often you say the man-to-man for a Becky Martin team, but a 2-3 zone now. Stacy Ferry tries to force a pass into B. Williams. It does deflect off of Alyssa March. No good. Offensive rebound from Alyssa Fleming. That's no good again. And here comes McDaniel working into the front court. Nichols back up top to Brittany Davis. She calls out the plays. Screen set up to her right. 6.5 minutes to play first half. 5-point lead for McDaniel. Down low, Alyssa March, and she is fouled. Bit of a tight whistle down low. Any contact between the bigs, they've been calling it as Alyssa March back to the free throw line.
It's not something we've seen a lot this year. We've seen a lot of games this year called where they've kind of let them play a little bit inside. They've been a lot tighter with the whistle outside on the hand checks, but they've really let them play inside a lot for the most part this season.
Alyssa March now 3 for 3 from the charity stripe tonight. That foul was against center Rachel Cook, her first, team's 5th. 19-13 is our score. Free throw on the way. That one no good. And now we've got a foul against Emma Wingert coming over the top against B. Williams. 6.5 minutes to play first half. 6-point lead for the Green Terror. And now full court pressure. 2-2-1 press for the Green Terror. Katie Clark works it to the near side to Stacy Ferry. A trap. Gets him down to the corner near side to B. Williams. B. Williams bounce pass to the near side block. It was deflected away initially, and then the ball on the floor. B. Williams able to grab it, go back up with it through some contact. She's fouled, count the bucket, and it's now a 4-point game, and B. Williams can make it a 3-point game with a 3-point play. B. Williams, a very strong free throw shooter, 76%. The junior, free throw on the way, nothing but net. 19-16 as B. Williams, her first points of the game, she has 3. 19-16, Nichols, baseline jumper, far side, that one's good. Lindsay Nichols burying the jumper, and she's gone off to a slow start today, just 2 for 7 now from the field, her 4th point of the game. Lob pass down low. They try to get it into the sophomore, Rachel Cook. It was deflected away. And now here comes Jasmine Smith in transition. Some contact, no call. Rebound right side, Lindsay Nichols. And she can't finish. And Rachel Cook comes down with the rebound.
I think Rachel Cook may come over the top and block that ball from behind.
B. Williams driving hard to the basket. Left side layup is good. Nice athletic move there by B. Williams, taking a big hop step from one side of the paint to the other and finishing with the left hand, making it a 3-point game. 5.5 minutes to play first half. Nichols, screen to her right. She's going to pull up for three. On the way, that's no good. And the rebound brought in by Cook. Knocked away initially. On the floor is Smith, fighting for it. We've got a jump ball. Alternate possession goes to the Blue Jays. 5:10 to go first half. Substitutions come in. Kira McCullough back into the game, and then Jessica Brown, her first action of the game.
You mentioned last time Lindsay Nichols struggling, now just 2 for 8 on the game. We've seen her a lot where she struggled to find her rhythm in the first half, but in the second half she'll get going, and she'll really be the spark in the second half that the Green Terror needed to pull away from teams.
Right wing is Katie Clark, 15 to shoot, under 5 minutes to go. Far side is Jessica Brown. Dribble penetration, far side. Gets it down low. McCullough, no good. Rebound brought in by Emma Winger. Here comes McDaniel into the front court. Jasmine Smith off to Nichols. Nichols near side, a step inside the arc. Three-pointer on the way. This one from Steph Perez, her first miss from long range tonight as McCullough brings down the board. 3-point game. McDaniel still out in front. Liz Tomasi dribbles inside the paint, now gets it into the corner. A little head fake from Jessica Brown. Up top, B. Williams, and she's going to be called for a travel before she can make her move and pull up for a jumper. 21-18 remains our score. 4:23 to go first half. Brittany Davis back in. In the corner, Lauren Ballinger, and she is double-teamed by Tomasi and Williams, and Ballinger wisely throws it off the leg of Tomasi. So it is McDaniel possession. Working right to left from our vantage point here at Goldfarb Gymnasium. Davis doesn't use the screen to her right, spins at the elbow. Now over to Ballinger. Ballinger picks up her dribble. Winger in the corner. Dribbles along the baseline, has a bit of a wild shot, and nothing doing there. Katie Clark comes up with the air ball. Katie Clark into the front court, and she is fouled by Lauren Ballinger, 35 feet away from the basket. And for McDaniel, that'll be team foul number 6. Foul goes against Ballinger.
You mentioned Hopkins, always one of the top rebounding teams in the conference. 18-13 edge right now on the glass in this game.
Tomasi driving hard to the basket, switches hands, doesn't finish with the left in front of the hoop. Rebound Winger. Winger gets it off to Brittany Davis. Quickly into the front court. And a no-look pass out to Nichols. Three-pointer on the way, and it's good. Lindsay Nichols, her first 3 of the game, and it's a big one to make it a 6-point lead with 3.5 minutes to play in the first half. Beautiful no-look pass as well from Davis. And now, right in front of the scorer's table, we have a scrum for the ball, and it's a jump ball. As Nichols was the one to knock it out of the fingertips of Jessica Brown, they went down to the floor, and Jasmine Smith was also in there trying to grab it. And alternate possession goes to the Green Terror. 6-point lead for McDaniel, 24-18, 3:19 to go. First half. Interesting here, and Lindsay Nichols will actually bring it up and gets it to Brittany Davis along the baseline. Outside the arc, near side corner. Davis in the paint, tough shot, puts it up, no good. Rebound brought in by McCullough. Little baby hook there from Brittany Davis. Liz Tomasi, screen to her left, uses it. Guarded closely by Brittany Davis. Man-to-man defense continues for McDaniel. Majority of the game we've seen man-to-man, except for that brief possession, that one possession of 2-3. And now Nichols picks off a pass, and it's one-on-one. Pulls up in the paint and gets a friendly roll, and McDaniel has their largest lead of the game. It's 8-26-18, and 5 straight points for Lindsay Nichols.
You see the quickness there of Nichols. Nichols, one of the top on this team in steals, 34.
Ball is out of bounds, and it's a turnover for Johns Hopkins. I know it's early to talk, but Lindsey Nichols, one of the top scorers in the conference, second in the conference, and check that. They initially pointed, I thought it was going to be McDaniel ball, so I beg your pardon. It is Hopkins ball, last touch by the Green Terror. Jessica Brown to inbound left of her own basket, gets it to Maggie Fruhan. Stacey Ferry, her shot is blocked on the way up, and it's going to be called for a travel as she kept it in her hands, brought it back down to the ground. Travel call. 2:17 to go first half. 8-point lead for the Green Terror.
This is a time where if you're McDaniel, you want to see if you can maybe put some more distance on, knowing that Haley Bush is still going to be on the bench for the next 2 minutes here.
Haley Bush, as Luke just mentioned, early foul trouble. Wild shot right of the lane, no good. And now an outlet pass up to Liz Tomasi. She's all alone. Here comes Jasmine Smith, and she alters the shot, no good. Offensive rebound put back, that's no good. Another offensive rebound, and this time Hopkins is going to kick it out. A couple opportunities there for Jessica Brown. She had a pair of offensive rebounds, but couldn't finish either time. And then McCullough got the third offensive rebound and kicked it out to reset the offense. 90 seconds to play first half. And there's Brittany Davis just ripping the ball out of the hands of Stacey Ferry. Davis driving up, and she is fouled. And that'll be team foul number 6 against Hopkins. So no free throws at this moment.
See Brittany Davis do that a couple times this season. He just reaches in and just takes the ball away from an opposing guard. Sarah Bach checking into the game.
Interesting. Sarah Bach getting some playing time here in the first half. And also coming in, Lindsey Nichols, as she joins Shelby Taylor, Brittany Davis, and Steph Perez. Three-pointer from the corner from Nichols. That's no good. Rebound brought in by Hopkins, who was Maggie Fruhan. Near side, hard to the basket is Liz Tomasi. And Tomasi able to finish with the right hand. Liz Tomasi then on the way back might have tripped on a Green Terror's foot on the way back.
Just the volleyball touchline, one or the other.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes they'll be elevated a little bit. You got to watch out.
We're talking about Sarah Bach in the game. It's one of those moves that Coach Kopelski looked at as one of those possible options with Carly Zepp sitting on the bench now with the injury as another option for an inside player.
Bach's shot was blocked on the near side. Bach, though, trying to bring in a rebound on a miss from Hopkins, and we've got a foul. And we're going to see Sarah Bach go to the free throw line. She brought down the rebound, and then a couple of Blue Jays converged on her as she went down to the floor. And the foul goes against Kira McCullough. Loose ball foul, team foul number 7. So Sarah Bach will head to the free throw line. Bach, the sophomore from Manchester Valley High School in Manchester, Maryland. This are her first free throws of the season.
Bach, one of those we've seen oftentimes when she's getting that hustle. She'll go in and she'll get rebounds. She's not necessarily going to be one that's a squirrel operator, but she'll go in and she'll get the rebounds. She'll bang around a little bit inside.
No good on that front end. 26-20 is our score. About 5-second differential game and shot clock. Pass inside was knocked around, and then Stacey Ferry is able to pick up the trash, just laying there on the block unattended, and goes up left side. Shot clock turned off. It's actually been turned off all game, but it's actually off right now. Should be off. 26-22 our score. Steph Perez puts up a three-pointer inadvertently there with 10 seconds left on the game clock. Now they get a pass up ahead, left side layup. That's no good. Shelby Taylor rebound. 2 seconds. Ballinger needs to put up a half-court shot. She does at the buzzer, and it's no good. So 20 minutes of basketball in the books from Johns Hopkins University, and McDaniel will go into the locker rooms leading 26-22.
I think if you're Hopkins in this game, 4-point game at halftime when Haley Bush is set on the bench for you for the last 16 minutes of this half, to be within 4 with arguably one of your top players on the bench, and one of those matchup problems for the Green Terror. I think if you're Nancy Plug going in, you're happy about that.
Absolutely. 26-22 is our score, and they're trying to now mess with the scoreboard to maybe figure out a way to get the shot clock back up and running. In that first half, quick glance at the statistics. Johns Hopkins 9 for 23 from the field. They out-rebounded McDaniel by 10, 26-16, but 37% from the free throw line. And McDaniel 10 for 32 from the field, 31% from the field, but 3 of 11 from long range. And for McDaniel, they had 6 assists in that first half to Hopkins, 3 assists. Also for Hopkins, 15 turnovers to McDaniel's 3. And that was one thing we talked about coming in was the ability for McDaniel to turn teams over and also not turn the ball over themselves. You look at the numbers, their shooting percentage is much lower than Hopkins, but the ability to turn over the Blue Jays has been so crucial for McDaniel and why they have that 4-point lead.
It's been the case all year. It's not only turning the ball over, it's turning the ball over and then turning that into points. On the season, 392 points this season off turnover. It's getting those points in transition when you're not going against set defense. It's being able to turn those turnovers into points, and the Green Tide have been doing that successfully all season.
Alongside Luke Stolson, Tim Murray with you. 26-22 is our halftime score. McDaniel leading Johns Hopkins here at Gold Farm Gymnasium. Game 1 of our scheduled doubleheader between McDaniel and Johns Hopkins. We're going to step aside for a couple minutes or so, catch our breath, and when we come back, we'll give you a full breakdown of the first half statistics and get you set for the second half of basketball here from Baltimore, Maryland. 26-22, McDaniel leading Johns Hopkins on McDanielAthletics.com. Welcome back to the Gold Farm Gymnasium here on the campus of Johns Hopkins University. Halftime of game one of our doubleheader between McDaniel and Johns Hopkins. We start with the women, and the Green Terror ladies lead 26-22 at the break. Take a look at some of those halftime statistics. McDaniel 10 for 35 from the field, 3 of 12 from long range, has 16 rebounds, 6 assists, and just 3 turnovers in that first half. Check that. They adjusted it, just 2 turnovers in the first half for McDaniel. For Hopkins, 9 of 24 from the field. That's 37.5%. 1 for 1 from 3, and that was that wild heave from Liz Tomasi with the shot clock running down. 3 for 7 from the free throw line. They've out-rebounded McDaniel by 12, 28-16. And turnovers for Johns Hopkins in that first half. 14 turnovers in that first half. And for McDaniel, they were able to turn those 14 turnovers into 9 points. And I'm sure, Luke, they would enjoy to have maybe treasured those turnovers a little bit more, turn those into more points and extend this lead. As you mentioned, for McDaniel to only be up 4, it's a bit of a victory for for Johns Hopkins due to the foul trouble for Haley Bush. As she only played 5 minutes in the first half due to 2 fouls.
Right. She had 4 points early on, and then got those 2 fouls. She's been on the bench since then. So she'll come in the second half. She'll be fresh now to start that second half. So Melissa March and Emma Winger are going to have their work cut out for her now with Haley Bush stepping back onto the floor.
26-22, once again, our halftime score. Lindsay Nichols leading all scorers. She has 9 points, 4 for 12 from the field, including 1 for 5 from long range. Steph Perez, 2 for 6 from the field, 2 for 4 from long range. She has 6 points. On the floor for McDaniel will be the starters that began the game, and same goes for Johns Hopkins. For the Green Terror, it's Brittany Davis, Steph Perez, Lindsay Nichols, Emma Winger, Alyssa March. For Hopkins, who will start with the ball in their hands, Katie Clark, B. Williams, Alyssa Fleming, Liz Tomasi, and Haley Bush. Hopkins will go right to left now in the second half. McDaniel left to right. Hopkins in those home white uniforms. Lettering in the Carolina blue. Numerals on the front and back. McDaniel road green uniforms. Haley Bush back in with 2 fouls. B. Williams outside the arc. Guarded man-to-man by Emma Winger. Katie Clark outside the arc. 15 to shoot here Clark driving, right elbow jumper on the way, and it's good. 26-24 as Katie Clark able to knock down a jumper. Clark had 2 points and 2 assists in the first half. Nichols, step inside the arc, looking inside. Now they get it to Winger. March in the paint, off the glass, no good. Rebound Clark. Clark working up the near side sideline, quickly up to the hoop. Left side shot, and that's no good. Rebound Clark, though, back up with it and score. So Katie Clark, quick 4 points, 19:09 to play second half, and we've got a tie ball game at 26 apiece.
And some of that is Haley Bush being back in the game and occupying Alyssa March inside. Katie Clark's been able to get in, and Alyssa March has had to watch for that dump off and hasn't been able to step out.
Turned around from Alyssa March, that's no good. Rebound Katie Clark, outlet pass up ahead is stolen by Lindsay Nichols. 2-on-2 now. Nichols right side block. That's no good. Rebound Emma Winger brings it down. Kicks it out to Brittany Davis. Jumper from the elbow, and that's good. 28-26. 26. And McDaniel back out in front.
It was good court awareness by Emma Winger. Seeing that Brittany Davis's man had fallen down, got a kick out, and then Brittany wide open.
Katie Clark drives near side, and she is fouled on her way to the hoop. The foul will be on Brittany Davis, her first, team's first here in the second half. 18:24 to go second half. It'll be an inbounds on the baseline, and Alyssa Fleming will do the honors to inbound, right of her own basket. Inbounds goes to Liz Tomasi. Guarded man-to-man by Nichols. Screen to her right, uses it. Now inside they go. Left side shot by Bush, no good, but B. Williams there for the offensive rebound. That's no good. Ball deflected out of bounds. Last touch by Haley Bush, and Bush coming almost over the top of Emma Winger. But McDaniel gets possession regardless. But they would have liked to have had Haley Bush pick up her third foul there. Nichols just a step inside the arc, right side layup this time, no good from Alyssa March. Fighting for the ball on the floor is Emma Wingert and Haley Bush. Still no jump ball called, and Bush able to get it up to B. Williams, and Nichols steals it right away from her. It was set up to be a 3-on-1. Instead, they get it to Emma Winger. Her shot is blocked from the left side of the basket, and Emma Wingert is called for a loose ball foul. So a bit of a wild possession there as B. Williams was out and running trying to set up a 3-on-1. Nichols swooped over, stole it away, 2-on-1, but the shot was blocked away by Haley Bush, and then a foul called on Emma Winger, her second. Inbounds goes to Katie Clark. Clark works to the middle of the floor and walks it into the front court here, guarded by Brittany Davis. Haley Bush, handoff to Alyssa Fleming. Fleming working over to the far side. Now back up top to B. Williams. B. Williams driving, bounces it to Clark. Corner jumper on the way. That's no good. Rebound brought in by Emma Winger. Brittany Davis, outlet pass up ahead, and it's knocked out of bounds by Liz Tomasi.
Really came away with that. We check in the game we've been talking about is the other important game in the conference tonight. Haverford trying to keep pace. They are now in a dogfight with Ursinus. Ursinus is drawn within 52-49 with 1:46 to play. That game was a 15-point game at one point.
17:20 to go, second half. 2-point lead for McDaniel. Nichols coming off a screen on the block, has a shot in front of the hoop. That's no good. Rebound Tomasi. Tomasi racing into the front court, far side, and she is fouled on her way up. And it's going to be a foul on Brittany Davis, her second, team's third here in the second half. Substitution into the game just a moment ago with Shelby Taylor coming in for Emma Winger.
Liz Tomasi at the foul line.
Tomasi will have some free throws. The leading scorer for Johns Hopkins. Free throw on the way. That one no good. Back rim. Jasmine Smith comes in for Brittany Davis. So a turnover led to free throw opportunities here for Hopkins. One more free throw to come for Tomasi. Up and good. 28-27 now. As Jasmine Smith in the backcourt skips it over to the far side to Steph Perez. Now into Alyssa March, who puts up a leaner in the paint. No good. No one around her, but maybe a forced shot a bit by Alyssa March. Rebound brought in by Stacy Ferry.
Return now 11 for 43 from the floor in this game.
Turnover here. Jasmine Smith gets it on the bad pass to Stacy Ferry by Liz Tomasi. Skip pass over to the far side. Steph Perez, three-pointer on the way, and good. Steph Perez, her third three-pointer of the game, gives McDaniel a 4-point lead, 31-27.
We've talked about it a lot with Steph Perez over her career. She always comes up big with those three-pointers when her team needs them most.
And now 3 seconds is called down low. Haley Bush was parked in the paint.
We've apparently brought the play clocks in from the football field.
Wow. Now that's something else. If they can get that to work, that would be unbelievable.
Those are a lot bigger than the normal shot clock as well.
No, yeah. Wow. That'll be something else. We'll have to put a picture up on Twitter with that shot clock going on as the jumper on the way. That one no good. Rebound knocked out of bounds. Jumper by Brittany Davis. And Steph Perez trying to chase that one down. Couldn't bring it in.
You and I may have to go out to our cars and get our sunglasses at halftime.
Seriously, it's a bright yellow light. It's all like we're trying to give signals to UFOs here. 31-27, under 16 minutes to play. Alyssa Fleming between the circles, guarded by Steph Perez, steps back. 15 to shoot. Katie Clark drives. Left side layup is good. Katie Clark, after 2 points in the first half, has 6 in the second half. 8 points altogether. Cuts the deficit for Hopkins down to 2, 31-29. 15 and a half minutes to play in the second half. Right wing is Jasmine Smith. Up top they go to Steph Perez. Lob pass into Shelby Taylor. Back out to Davis. Corner three. That one no good. Taylor gets the offensive rebound. Back up with it and good. Shelby Taylor. Offensive rebound and a finish. And it's a 4-point lead.
We've seen moments from Shelby Taylor this year where she's been able to come up big and give the Green Terror the spark when they need it off the bench.
33-29 is our score. Katie Clark, middle of the floor. Over to Stacey Ferry. Ferry screened to her right by Bush. Ferry driving baseline, and she's going to be called for an offensive foul as she extended that forearm against Jasmine Smith. Nice defense there by the Baltimore native, giving the ball back to the Green Terror. Substitutions in. Emma Wingert and Rachel Nichols come in. Lindsay Nichols. Steph Perez and Alyssa March to the bench. Davis brings it into the front court, middle of the floor, works it over to the right wing to Nichols. Inside they go to Taylor. Taylor spins, bounces it back out to Jasmine Smith, who takes it into the paint, puts up a runner, and gets it to go. Jasmine Smith taking her man off the dribble and gets it to the basket and finishes. 35-29, ball knocked out of bounds. They say last touched by the Green Terror. Referees asking for the football play clocks to be tamed down for the rest of the game.
Not try to land planes out there, whatever they're trying to do.
Inside they go to Haley Bush. Nice inside-outside lob pass from Liz Tomasi, finishing from the left side. And now time is called. Not sure what happened. Wingert might have some blood. Might have some blood on her knee there. And she has to come out immediately. Alyssa March will come in.
We have 20 seconds to see if we can get it cleaned up. Otherwise, Alyssa will come in.
So we're going to take a timeout. Becky Martin will take a full timeout to talk things over. We'll take a couple look around the Centennial Conference scoreboard. Once again, a busy day in conference play.
We mentioned it when we went to halftime that we had seen the update that Gettysburg and F&M were a 2-point game. It was a 34-32 game at halftime. Gettysburg was leading. Well, that game's gone final. 79-55, Gettysburg ends up winning that game.
Not a big surprise there. Gettysburg currently 5th in the conference at 6-5, and F&M has certainly taken their lumps at 2-7, now 2-8 on the year.
Haverford has extended their lead out on her time. 58-52, that game in the final 30 seconds.
14-19 to go, second half, 35-31. The game's later on tonight on the men's side. Ursinus, Haverford, Gettysburg, Franklin, and Marshall, Washington against Swarthmore. Actually, Washington Swarthmore, I beg your pardon, that game has been postponed
The men's game tomorrow night.
due to the inclement weather. So the men will play tomorrow, and the women will make that up on Monday night. So this week, the women in the Centennial Conference, including McDaniel, a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday schedule, while the men are just Tuesday, Saturday. So for the Green Terror men, they'll play tonight and then not play again until Saturday when Muhlenberg comes to town.
Really an advantageous time for that to happen for the men, for at least McDaniel men. First week back into the classes for the spring semester for the Green Terrors. So they'll be able to take tomorrow night off and really get back into the flow of the semester.
Jasmine Smith into the front court after the timeout. Emma Wingert remains in the game now with a bandage on her right knee. Brittany Davis into the hands of Wingert. 15 to shoot. Hands it off to Nichols. Nichols driving, loses it, turned over. Alyssa Fleming has it. Becky Martin wanted a foul. Bounce pass along the baseline. Clark puts up a jumper, and it's good. Katie Clark continues to have a big half as she buries the jumper along the baseline to make it 35-33. Jasmine Smith will walk it into the front court here for the Green Terror, leading by 2. There have been 3 lead changes and 4 ties, and a three-pointer there from Nichols. Nichols buries the 3 from the far side wing, 38-33, a 5-point lead for McDaniel. Big three-pointer, her second of the game. All 5 threes have come from either Nichols or Perez. Up top they go to Fleming. Fleming puts up a jumper. That one short. Rebound brought in by Davis. Elbow jumper. That one no good. Off the mark. Rebound Katie Clark. Pass is deflected away. Liz Tomasi has it and can take it all her lonesome to the basket. And she finishes with the left hand, 38-35.
No one was back on that press. It was pressure defense coming from the Green Terror, but no one had the backside. Once they got past that second line, there was nobody there, and it was 2-on-0 for the Blue Jays.
Baseline is Nichols, near side, screen to her left, brings it to the middle of the floor, bounce pass over to Brittany Davis. Emma Wingert down low, baby hook, and it's good. Off the glass, 40-35. Nice job there by Emma Wingert, her 4th point of the game. Is now inside, they go to Haley Bush, and she finishes with the right hand. As a nice job by Liz Tomasi, driving all the way down the sideline and getting it into the fingertips of Haley Bush. Up top to Nichols, all alone, three-pointer, top of the arc, in and out, no good. Rebound knocked around into the hands of Jasmine Smith, and she finishes. And a nice job there by Shelby Taylor. Shelby Taylor was the one to keep that possession alive. 42-37. McDaniel in front by 5.
Big time tap out there by Shelby Taylor for a team that's really been dominated on the glass in this game by the Blue Jays.
Ball swung over to Liz Tomasi outside the arc. Screen set up to her left. Tomasi driving and puts up a wild shot. The foul has been called, and Tomasi is going to head to the free throw line. Jasmine Smith is going to be called for the foul, the 5th team foul. Check that 4th team foul on the Green Terror. First on Smith. Free throw from Tomasi is good, 42-38. Substitutions into the game for McDaniel, Alyssa March, Lauren Ballinger, and Steph Perez back in. For Johns Hopkins, Kira McCullough comes back into the contest as she checks in for Haley Bush. Second free throw from Tomasi is good. Also coming in for Tomasi will be Jessica Brown. 42-39 our score, 11:26 to go. Here from Goldfarb Gymnasium. Inbounds goes to Steph Perez. Perez will bring it into the front court here. 3-point lead for McDaniel. Perez going to put up a three-pointer, top of the arc, front rim, no good. B. Williams with the board. Williams gets it to Katie Clark. Katie Clark, outlet pass up ahead, and that one too high. Too much on it for Maggie Fruhan, turning the ball over and giving the ball back to the Green Terror. Another turnover by Johns Hopkins, their 20th turnover of the game.
And that was the ball that she really was just trying to force inside there. She couldn't really just settle the offense and got in position to look, but she saw something and didn't care, forced the bad pass.
Nichols for three, and she hits. Give the assist to Steph Perez, the third three-pointer from Lindsay Nichols tonight, 45-39. Bounce pass inside. They work it inside out. B. Williams, three-pointer. Back rim no good from the corner. Long rebound chased down, though, by Jessica Brown. New 30-second shot clock for the Hopkins ladies. Left wing is B. Williams. Up top she goes to Maggie Fruhan. Fruhan to Katie Clark. Back up top she goes Jessica Brown. Driving left of the lane. B. Williams has it now. Through the legs, guarded by Nichols. Hard to the basket, loses it. And now an offensive foul is called as there's Lauren Ballinger holding her ground as into the chest. B. Williams went as she lost the ball on her way up. The ball was knocked out of her hands, but still couldn't slow down and hitting into the chest of Ballinger. 45-39 the score. McDaniel leading Hopkins by 6. Zone press works for Hopkins as a steal by Jessica Brown dropping back. It looked like I want to say a 2-2-1 look there, more of a three-quarters court press for Hopkins. Jessica Brown between the circles, guarded by Lauren Ballinger. Works it over to Alyssa Fleming, who puts up a jumper just inside the arc from the far side, and it's good, 45-41. 4-point lead for the Green Terror, 9:40 and rolling left in this second half of basketball. Shelby Taylor outside the arc. Up top she goes Lindsay Nichols. Inside to Alyssa March. No good. Down low. March gets her own rebound. Back up. That's no good. Rebound brought in by Kira McCullough. And now a 2-on-1 break for Hopkins. Fleming's bounce pass into the hands of Tomasi, and she finishes, and it's a 2-point game. Becky Martin wanted a foul call from McCullough. Nothing doing, and that led to a 2-on-1 break. And a nice finish from Tomasi, an assist by Fleming, and now a double dribble is called against Steph Perez. Perez is confused, doesn't understand the call, and that'll give the ball back to McDaniel, but not before the Green Terror takes their second time out of the game.
Perez seems like the ball was knocked out of her hand, and she collected it again, and she got called for double dribble. She's confused as to how that's a double dribble.
45-43 our score, a 30-second timeout, 9:05 to play here in the second half.
Clean up that Haverford game has gone final, 61-56. The Forge remain with just one loss.
So as of right now, it is a tie in first place. Haverford 9-1, McDaniel 9-1 as well. That lone loss Haverford suffered was to the Green Terror. McDaniel was able to beat the Fords on the road back on January 10th after a loss to Muhlenberg, and what is now proving to be such a big-time win for the Green Terror.
Well, we talked about Steph Perez. That's another moment. Down one, and she hits a three-pointer in the elbow. And time after time, Steph Perez with a big three-pointer when her team needs it most.
9:05 to go, second half after the 30-second timeout. Ball back in play. Hopkins a chance to tie or take the lead with a three. It would be their first lead of the second half. Tomasi, left wing, yelling out the plays for the Blue Jays. Gets it up top to Fleming, 15 to shoot. Fleming uses a screen to her left, picks up her dribble outside the paint, now gets it to Tomasi driving and finishes. Liz Tomasi finishes with the right hand, left side, and we've got a tie ball game at 45 apiece. That is our fifth tie of the game. Nichols in the paint, and she's fouled from behind by Liz Tomasi. For Tomasi, that bucket gave her 14 points, which is a team high tonight. Liz Tomasi entered as the team leader at 9.6 points per game.
Yeah, this is a game in the second half that really Hopkins has shot the ball much better.
Count the bucket and the foul. Down low, Alyssa March on the block. had Kira McCullough behind her. She turned through the contact, finished from the right side, made it 47-45. And Alyssa March, a chance for an old school three-point play here. March been at the free throw line 4 times. She's 3 for 4. Now make it 4 for 5 as she completes the three-point play. 48-45, 8:20 and rolling left, second half. McDaniel leading Johns Hopkins. In a big-time game in the Centennial Conference. Both these teams project to be playoff teams this season. McDaniel at 9-1, Hopkins at 8-3 currently. Three-pointer corner, and that one is no good, but a foul is called. The foul against Lindsay Nichols, and that is going to be 3 shots for Jessica Brown, the senior from Haddon Township, New Jersey, has a chance to tie this game.
11 for 13 on the year is Brown from charity strike. And just 6 for 26 from deep, so really not a good foul.
Really almost a chance, though. She didn't get hit all that hard as Brown makes the second. Chance almost for a 4-point play. There's one more free throw to come, 48-47. Free throw on the way, and that one is good. So Brown, the senior, steps up in a clutch spot. 8 minutes to go, 48-48 is our score. Davis into the front court, bounces it over to Steph Perez. Screen set up to her right. Perez drives. Inside they go to the near side block to Winger. Winger spins, back out to March. Davis now driving, right of the lane. Puts up a floater, that's no good. Rebound McCullough. McCullough gets it to Fleming. Fleming near side, now off to Tomasi. Tomasi walks it into the front court, between the circles. Steps back towards that center court logo of the Blue Jay. Tomasi driving, and her pocket is picked by Nichols. Near side sideline, Nichols got a 2-on-1. Bounce pass to March. March, left side shot, no good. And we've got a foul against Emma Winger. Coaching staff not happy. Emma Winger not happy. Thought it was a jump ball between Winger and McCullough. But instead a foul is called, and that'll be foul number 3 on Winger, team foul number 6. Jasmine Smith back into the game for the Green Terror. She checks in for Brittany Davis.
It's funny, Lindsay Nichols just that pick. But just before that happened, I heard the bench out of the corner of my ear say, "Back off."
Bounce pass inside, just outside the paint, and the jumper is good by Maggie Fruhan. And for the first time in the second half, Johns Hopkins has the lead. It's 50-48.
It's early in the game, is it not?
Johns Hopkins led for 5 minutes and 41 seconds in that first half, as now Lindsay Nichols is fouled, dribbling towards the basket. Hopkins did have a 3-point lead. 14:05 to go first half. That was their largest of the game. But you're absolutely right. For the majority of this game, it has been led by the Green Terror. So Hopkins now up by 2, 6:39 to go. New 30-second shot clock after the foul, as the foul goes against McCullough. Baseline 2, long 2. Foot was on the three-point line by Nichols, 50-50.
Becky Martin wanted a timeout there, never got it.
McCullough down low, no good. Ball goes out of bounds. They say last touch by Alyssa March. They say Becky Martin has been warned. As Kira McCullough gets it over to Katie Clark, driving along the baseline. Tough shot, and Katie Clark continues to have a big second half. 10 of her 12 points have come after halftime. 2-point lead once again for Johns Hopkins, 52-50. 6:05 and rolling left in this opening half. Driving to the basket, now bringing it back out. Jasmine Smith up top, Nichols. Nichols driving in the paint, tough shot, gets it to go. Count the bucket and the foul. Lindsay Nichols now with 19 points, leading all scorers, and she's got a chance at a 3-point play.
Just hit 20 points for the 7th time this year, I believe.
Nichols, the second leading scorer in the Centennial Conference. She's had some big shots. Free throw on the way and good, and Becky Martin now gets that timeout after the 3-point play is converted. So a big spot by Lindsay Nichols, as she's able to pick up the three-point play, 53-52. We've got a full timeout on the floor.
And relatively even game, and obviously our score shows that, but, both teams with 20 field goals. The difference really has been Daniels hit 6 3-pointers, but Hopkins is staying in this game. They're plus 21 on the glass.
Yeah, you can look at two different things. Plus 21 for Hopkins on the glass, and for McDaniel, how are they still in this game? They're plus 17 turnover-wise. So McDaniel's been able to turn over Hopkins, and on the other side, Hopkins is basically getting everything off the glass. McDaniel, though, has put up 20 more shots, 19 to be exact, than Johns Hopkins tonight.
Yeah, Johns Hopkins shooting 48% at the halftime. So they were 37% at halftime, I believe. So really everything in the second half has been falling from it. They've been putting up. So when they've been holding on to the ball, they've been converting.
And another classic, it looks like, in store tonight between these two rivals. 75th meeting all-time between McDaniel and Johns Hopkins. McDaniel owning the all-time series 39-35. Hopkins won the last meeting between these two schools. A 1-point lead between two of the top teams in the Centennial Conference this year. Green Terrace sit at 9-1. Right now tied for first with Haverford, who is already victorious this evening. A win would move McDaniel back into sole possession of first place.
It's like that zone look coming out of the timeout here for the Green Terror.
Extended 2-3 zone look, as Luke just alluded to. Bounce pass along the baseline, back out. They work with a 3-2 to go against the 2-3 for Johns Hopkins. In the corner is Alyssa Fleming. Back out Katie Clark. Tomasi, long two. That's no good from the wing. Rebound Katie Clark. Another offensive rebound and a new 30-second shot clock. Coaching staff yells out, stay in it. Stay in that 2-3 zone. Alyssa Fleming, bounce pass along the baseline. Jumper, that's no good. Steph Perez, though, can't bring in the rebound. Liz Tomasi gets it.
Haley Bush might have gotten a hand in there and knocked that away. I'm not sure if she ever got a piece of it or she just disrupted Steph Perez's concentration enough.
2-3 zone continues. It's caused a little bit of confusion for Johns Hopkins. Katie Clark, far side wing. 5 minutes to go. 1-point lead for McDaniel. Clark in the corner. Three-pointer on the way. That's back rim, no good. Rebound, Nichols brings it in. And before falling out of bounds, tosses it to Alyssa March, who gets it off to Jasmine Smith. Smith is picked from behind. Tomasi now has it. One-on-one down the stretch, and coming as a trailer. Left side layup, no good by Maggie Fruhan, but an offensive rebound.
Haley Bush got
As Haley Bush was there for the putback. 54-53.
10 points now for Bush.
Got off to a very hot start, but got into foul trouble. Step back three-pointer on the way. That one short. Rebound, Alyssa March, and she is fouled. So McDaniel couldn't find a defensive rebound for a couple of possessions there, and then they come down offensively, and there's Alyssa March to grab the O board and put it back up, a chance to regain the lead as she has two shots.
4 for 5 from the line today. 56% on the season coming into the game.
Alyssa March with 8 points. 4:19 to go. Free throw on the way. That one no good, back rim. Brittany Davis back in as she checks in for Jasmine Smith. Down to the wire here in Baltimore. 1-point lead for Hopkins. One more free throw to come here for March. It's up and good. Nothing but net. 54-54. Another tie between these two rivals. Katie Clark brings it into the front court, and now gets it off to Haley Bush, and now gets that timeout. It was interesting. She went right in front of Nancy Funk. She covered it up like a running back as if they were going to call timeout. Didn't call it right away. She got the ball to Haley Bush, and then they called timeout.
I think she came down. She was fully expecting her coach to call that timeout. And then when she got there, she didn't get the timeout right away, and eventually her coach bailed her out and called the timeout.
A full timeout on the floor. 4:11 to go between Johns Hopkins and McDaniel. 54-54 is our score. Leading scorer tonight for Johns Hopkins is Liz Tomasi, 14 points on 5 of 10 shooting. And Tomasi also has 3 rebounds and 2 assists. Maggie Fruhan has had a big night on the board, 7 rebounds. B. Williams has had 7 rebounds. Kira McCullough had 9 rebounds. The rebound margin is staggering, 47-25, plus 22 for Hopkins on the boards.
This is a McDaniel team this year that hasn't been in a lot of close games late. Just one game all year decided by 5 points or less, and that was that win at Hopkins. We alluded to earlier, Green Terror were down 1 in the final minute of that game, and Steph Harris hit a big three-pointer to go up 2, and then hit their free throws in the waning seconds to secure that win. But here we are, tied game, 4 minutes to go. This team definitely knows how to win.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're 2-1, but it's not been a lot of those games. This could be a game that can pay dividends as you get later in the season if you can pull this one off.
Brittany Davis, Steph Perez, Emma Wingert, Alyssa March, and Rachel Nichols. Lindsay Nichols on the floor.
You like calling her Rachel, don't you?
I know. Rachel Nichols needs to get off TV.
Right.
4 minutes to go. 2-3 zone. 10 to shoot. Katie Clark over to Tomasi, splitting the defense. Free throw line jumper, no good. Rebound March. Big rebound by Alyssa March, and she gets it off to Steph Perez, and here comes Brittany Davis into the front court, 3:45 to go. Lindsay Nichols drives towards the baseline. At the basket, she is fouled, and Lindsay Nichols will have a chance to give McDaniel the lead again. And the foul will go against Haley Bush, and that'll be her 4th. Good dribble penetration there by Lindsay Nichols. Free throw on the way, and it's good. 55-54. Substitutions into the game. B. Williams back in for Hopkins. Also, Kira McCullough back in for the Blue Jays.
The top free throw shooters on this team, nearly 75% coming into the game. 2 for 2 now on the day.
Nichols with 21 points. Make it 22. Perfect on the free throws. 56-54. Liz Tomasi yells out the plays as she trots into the front court. B. Williams dribbles down. Now back to Tomasi. Outside the arc, but guarded closely by Steph Perez. Lob pass to the free throw line to Fruhan. Back out to B. Williams. Puts up a three-pointer. No good. Rebound Fruhan. No good again. Rebound March. She brings it down. A big defensive rebound for Alyssa March.
9 now on the game for the juniors.
Dribble penetration left of the lane is Brittany Davis. Inside they go to March. Alyssa March can't finish. A good look there going up against McCullough. But the rebound brought in by Fruhan. Tomasi will go up against his 2-3 zone. B. Williams back to Tomasi. Over to B. Williams. Head fake. Jumper on the way, and it's good. A big jumper by B. Williams to make it 56-56. For B. Williams, her 7th point of the game. She's got 7 rebounds as well. A tie contest. As saving that ball from going out of bounds was Brittany Davis. Nichols puts up a three-pointer, top of the arc, back rim, no good. Rebound McCullough. McCullough gets it off to Tomasi. Tomasi will bring it into the front court. 2-3 zone again. Steph Perez didn't know it initially. Now she drops into that 2-3. Williams up top. She puts up an elbow jumper. Front rim, no good. Rebound, Emma Winger. Big board there by the senior. Emma Winger with 8 rebounds now.
Seems if nothing else, the Green Terror have been rebounding better out of this zone.
And a timeout is called. 1:50 to go in this contest. And it's all tied up at 56 apiece with 1:50 to go. Coming up after the conclusion of this game, and roughly 30 minutes after the final buzzer sounds, we'll have the men's game as the 18th ranked Johns Hopkins Blue Jays will host McDaniel. McDaniel will look to knock off their 2nd ranked team of the season. Hopkins, I believe, riding a 12-game winning streak, if I'm not mistaken.
Like 12 or 13, I believe it is.
They've been rolling.
Back to that. They lost to F&M here. They've reeled it off since then.
For Hopkins on the season in the Centennial Conference, 9-1. The Blue Jays are on the men's side. Same record as the McDaniel women. 56-56 is our score. 1:50 to go here in the second half. After the timeout, this is the lineup McDaniel will put back on the floor. Lindsay Nichols, Alyssa March, Emma Winger, Brittany Davis, and Steph Perez. for McDaniel. 2 timeouts left. Johns Hopkins has 4 timeouts in their back pocket. Liz Tomasi back out on the floor. B. Williams. Katie Clark. Maggie Fruhan, and down low, Kira McCullough. $150 to go.
All that work on the microphone, we've had to apparently change batteries here now.
Well, what wouldn't fail us here this evening? That's the only way to communicate the shot clock. 15 to shoot. Brittany Davis driving towards the near side baseline. Nichols puts up a three-pointer, and it's good from the right wing. Lindsay Nichols, her 4th 3 of the game, and she's got 25 points, and it's 59 to 56. B. Williams, 2-3 zone. Far side is Katie Clark. Clark up top to Tomasi. 15 to shoot, 1:15 to go in the game. B. Williams guarded closely. 2-3 zone. Clark drives, baseline jumper, and it's good. Katie Clark, boy, she had a terrific second half as she has 14 points here in the second half for the for the Blue Jays. And it is now a 1-point game, a 30-second timeout called by Coach Nancy Funk.
I mentioned it before. Not like the Green Terror haven't been in a lot of close games, but this is a game that you pull this off. It's a game that can only help you as you get into February and hopefully into March. Especially going into a big week where you know you've got 3-game week, you know you've got 2 of those are against the top teams in the league, 2 of those 3 this week you're playing. This is a game that can give you some big momentum going into the week.
65 seconds to play in this one. McDaniel has possession after the timeout. 59 to 58 is our score. The inbound is Emma Winger. In the backcourt and hit hard by Liz Tomasi is Brittany Davis. I'm not sure if you guys could hear it, but we certainly could as the slap, I don't know if it came across, maybe across the forearm there. And with 1:03 to go in this game, it'll be 1-1 for Brittany Davis.
Davis just a 47% free throw shooter on the year.
Don't like to see that from your starting point guard. Free throw up and good, though, as Brittany Davis comes through in the clutch, as that is her 5th point of the game. Stacy Ferry checks back in as she checks in for Maggie Fruhan. So bit of a smaller lineup for Hopkins with Stacy Ferry in the game. A 2-point lead now for the Green Terror. Free throw up and good. Davis, big free throws right there, 61 to 58. 1 minute to go. And now a timeout is called right in front of the Johns Hopkins bench. And I believe this will be a full timeout. Yes, it is. 58.4 seconds to go. 61 to 58 is our score. And if you're Johns Hopkins, 3 is certainly not needed here. Plenty of time to continue to go to the basket if that's your option and try to make it a 1-point game. Make this McDaniel team shoot free throws. On the season, as a team, McDaniel 67% from the free throw line. And at quick glance, that is 3rd best in the Centennial Conference.
Well, this is you're a Hopkins team that doesn't shoot well from three-point anyways.
Exactly. They are by far the worst team in the conference shooting from long range. Actually, I beg your pardon, 2nd. Franklin and Marshall is actually worse. So 24% though from long range, 50 for 208 coming into today, and they are 0 for 4 in the second half. They were 1 for 1 in the first half, and it really wasn't even an on-purpose three-pointer. It was more of a desperation from the right wing by Liz Tomasi. So Johns Hopkins will have possession. McDaniel, see what defense they're going to drop into here. They've come out of a number of timeouts going 2-3. We'll see if they match up. As out on the floor, B. Williams, Stacy Ferry, Kira McCullough, Liz Tomasi, Katie Clark for the Blue Jays in those home white uniforms. B. Williams will inbound, and it looks like it is man-to-man defense for the Green Terror. Inbounds goes to Katie Clark. Works it back to Liz Tomasi. Tomasi to B. Williams. Over to Clark. Clark guarded by Brittany Davis. Stacy Ferry puts up a three. That's no good. Rebound, B. Williams. And now Kira McCullough gets another rebound as B. Williams went up, lost it on her way up from the left side, but McCullough was there to grab the board, and then she was fouled. And McCullough will have a chance. 1-1. 1-1 as she was not in the act of shooting. McCullough 0 for 2 from the line today. Free throw up and no good. Rebound Winger. We'll see what Hopkins decides to do on this defensive possession. Are they going to try to, are they going to try to play defense? About a 10-second differential between game and shot clock. No, they opt to foul, and they foul Lindsay Nichols, who, other than Steph Perez, is really the woman that McDaniel wants on the line.
I think they were trying to see if they could get it out of Nichols' hands.
Free throw up, and it's double bonus, but it doesn't matter. First free throw is good for Lindsay Nichols. 62-58, and now timeout is called by Nancy Funk, head coach of the Blue Jays. Wants to go over things, and it was interesting to note that it was a clear set play for a three-pointer for Johns Hopkins.
It was.
Which is intriguing when you look at the struggles they've had from long range this year. And Stacy Ferry was the option to go for. And on the year, Stacy Ferry just 29% from long range, 12 of 41. So an interesting call there by Nancy Funk. And I'm not one to criticize a coach who has 633 career wins, 9th all-time in Division III women's basketball. So, once again, not going to go up against her judgment, but just an interesting call, especially with the way her team has struggled from long range this season.
And it could have been one of those where you get it up early with the shot clock and you give yourself a chance for rebound and you use your size and say, you've had a big rebounding advantage in this game. You put it up, if it goes great, otherwise you get the board and then you try to go right back up to the layup.
One more free throw come from Lindsay Nichols. Lindsay Nichols with 26 points in this game. She has stepped up, was off to a bit of a slow start, struggling a little bit offensively to get her groove, but has now stepped up with 26 points, 2 off her career high, also season high as well. That came in the loss against Muhlenberg. Nichols spins the ball in her left hand. Deep knee bend, free throw up, nothing but net. 63-58. Nichols will head to the bench as Jasmine Smith comes in for defense. And if I'm Lindsay Nichols, I'm not going too far down that bench. She smacks everyone's hands, but she's got to imagine she's got to be ready. And now Jasmine Smith is called for a foul in the backcourt. And that is a tough blow for the Green Terror. Very, very light tap that led to the foul. Katie Clark to the free throw line, 1-1. Clark, deep knee bend, free throw up, in and out, no good. And now a over the back on Kira McCullough, Alyssa March.
March is on the line. She's 5 of 7 from the line in this game.
33 seconds to go. 63-58 is our score. Alyssa March, 2 shots, double bonus. What a win this could be for McDaniel, but still plenty of time left in this one. March at the free throw line, up, no good, back rim. Alyssa March in the game, 2 for 11 from the field, 5 for 8 from the free throw line. She has 10 rebounds. And no good on the second free throw. B. Williams has it. Williams will take it into the front court, gets it to Katie Clark. 25 seconds to go. Clark against Jasmine Smith. Driving baseline, now gets it inside to Williams. Hand straight up by McDaniel, and a travel is called against B. Williams. They said she couldn't keep her pivot foot, and now Lindsay Nichols back in for Jasmine Smith. No, excuse me. As out of the game is Brittany Davis, and now a timeout is called. McDaniel will call timeout with 17.2 seconds left. Check that, Johns Hopkins calls timeout, their final timeout of the game.
from my vantage point, I think that was the right call on that travel. I think she stepped across before she went up with the ball.
No, it was a nice job there defensively by McDaniel, keeping the hands straight up in the air. And you don't want to come down. You don't want to allow Hopkins to get an opportunity to cut into the deficit with the clock stopped. So a good defensive possession, forcing a turnover, yet another turnover by Johns Hopkins, and that is their 23rd turnover of the game. Plus 17 for the Green Terror in the turnover margin. And once again, they're one of the best teams in the country when it comes to turnover margin. 10.94 in the plus side for the Green Terror this year.
If you're Hopkins, that possession to get that looking inside seemed like in a 5-point game, it just took too long. It's a 5-point game. You're not a great 3-point shooting team. You would have thought they might have tried to get it inside a little quicker, but credit Jasmine Cook for making Katie Clark take time, get the ball up, and then not give her an open look to get the ball inside.
For McDaniel, they want to look for Nichols or Perez. Outlet pass up ahead to Nichols, and she catches it in the front court, and she's fouled with 13.7 seconds to go. No one was back, and a wise play there by Emma Winger as Nichols just took off, and a baseball pass into the front court caught beautifully by Nichols and just went over to the other side of the court from our broadcast location to run off a little bit more time. Nichols free throw up and good. And for Nichols, she has matched her career high with 28 points. 13.7 seconds to go. Free throw on the way and good. There it is, a new career high for Lindsay Nichols, 29 points, 65-58. Katie Clark into the front court. Pull-up jumper on the way. That's well off the mark. Rebound being fought for on the ground, and a whistle has been blown. Not sure what happened. If it's out of bounds, it is out of bounds, and McDaniel has the ball. 2.1 seconds left, and McDaniel is going to leave Baltimore, Maryland with a victory. Inbounds goes to Brittany Davis. For some reason, they foul. 0.6 seconds to go. Brittany Davis will have an opportunity to add some more points to her season average as Davis comes in averaging 5.2 points per game. She's already got 6, so she can try to amplify that a little more. But McDaniel, what a win this is going to be for the Green Terror.
It all started on the defensive end in the last couple minutes of this game. Pressure defense confusing the Blue Jays between that 2-3 zone look and the man-to-man pressure.
Brittany Davis, first free throw, perfect. Second one on the way, nothing but net. Hopkins will inbound. That will do it. McDaniel comes into Gold Farm Gymnasium and defeats the Johns Hopkins Blue Jays. Your final score, 67-58. McDaniel improves to 16-1 on the season, and more importantly, 10-1 in conference play. The Johns Hopkins Blue Jays dropped to 11-7 and 8-4 in conference play. And thanks to that win, McDaniel back in first place, sole possession of the conference at 10-1. Haverford keeping pace as Haverford won earlier tonight at 9-1. McDaniel will have a quick turnaround. They will be playing Washington on Thursday night on the road, and then they will return home for a massive matchup on Saturday night, or on Saturday afternoon, I should say, against Muhlenberg. But a nice win for the Green Terror, defeating Johns Hopkins by a final score of 67-58 this evening here at Gold Farm Gymnasium.
This is a game. It was a 56-56 game with 2:39 to go. There's a couple exchanges there of missed possessions, but then Lindsay Nichols hit that big three-pointer with about just over a minute and a half to go, and the Green Terror closed the game on an 11-2 run.
Leading scorer tonight, Lindsay Nichols, a career high for her, 29 points, 9 of 22 from the field, 4 of 10 from long range, and Lindsay Nichols perfect from the free throw line tonight, 7 for 7. So the junior who has been so big for the Green Terror this year, coming into today, second in the conference in scoring average, well, she establishes a new career high with 29 points this evening as McDaniel gets a huge win over Johns Hopkins, for McDaniel, 22 of 66 from the field, 7 of 21 from three-point range, and 16 of 21. How about that? 76% from the free throw line. They were out rebounded by 21, but another big number that we continue to allude to, plus 17 in the turnover margin. So once again, a nice victory, 67 to 58. Green Terror defeating Johns Hopkins. And this was a game where we kind of looked at each other and thought this could be a tricky spot for McDaniel. Johns Hopkins, a very talented team, coming off an excruciating loss over the weekend. So, they wanted to have the opportunity to bounce back, wanted a bounce-back game after a 50 to 31 loss to Muhlenberg. But McDaniel able to weather the storm. And as you mentioned, game got down. There was a couple times where they trailed in the second half. A 56-56 game, but they were able to end the game on an 11-2 run.
This is a team where it all starts on the defense end. We've talked about the turnovers. We've talked about the pressure defense. We've talked about forcing bad decisions from their opponents. If you look back at the formula for a championship team for Becky Martin, it started with the defensive end, and it's continued with being able to make clutch shots and being a great free throw shooting team. All pieces that are in place with this year's team.
Solid victory for the Green Terror, and hopefully the men can pick up where the women left off. Is a big game for McDaniel's men's squad coming off a very tough loss at the hands of Ursinus. A stunning defeat against Ursinus on the weekend. And now they have a stiff test ahead of them, taking on the number 18 team in the country in Johns Hopkins. But the women get it done, improve to 16-1 on the year and 10-1 in Centennial Conference play, thanks to a 67-58 victory. And Lindsay Nichols establishing a new career high with 29 points. A big win for the Green Terror on the road here at Gold Farm Gymnasium. And up next will be the men. We're about 25 minutes away from tip, so we will come back in about 15 minutes or so and get you set for the second game of our doubleheader. First game going to the Green Terror, 67-58 over Johns Hopkins. The men are up next here on McDanielAthletics.com.
And you can start it up again. It was bringing me down. I'm not chasing fire. I'm always looking for something, but I ain't changing. I'm just about living, things will get better. So you take it or leave it. I don't wanna let it go. I'm just about living, things will get better. So you take it or leave it. I don't wanna let it go. I'm just about living, things will get better. So you take it or leave it.
Welcome back to Gold Farm Gymnasium on the campus of Johns Hopkins University. Tim Murray, Luke Stilson back with you, set for Game 2 of our doubleheader here between the Green Terror and the Blue Jays. And I'd like to welcome in the head coach of the Green Terror, in Kevin Curley. And Coach, before we get into the game, looks like you're going to have jumbo shot clocks. So there's no way your Westbrooks can overlook the shot
one
clock
says
wide.
31 and one says 24 right now.
So that's good.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, all right. Now they're the same. Anyways, yeah, we should be able to see them.
Yeah, that should be good. Quickly, before we get into the game, Nick Martin has a boot on his right foot. This went down in practice, and
actually, yeah, he practiced Sunday and nothing. He was fine, and then he walked in Monday morning, and yeah, he had some swelling on his foot, and had a tough time putting pressure on it. And the only thing he could remember is like the last play in our scrimmage practice, he just came down weird on it. He didn't think anything of it. And unfortunately, he swelled up and is giving him some. Be out for tonight, and then he's going to get some X-rays here tomorrow.
Well, another nationally ranked team for you guys. The third time you've played a team in the top 25. You were victorious against one of them, lost to the other. What does Johns Hopkins do so well? I mean, they've won 12 in a row. They just seem like everything's clicking for them right now.
They're a good team. They play as a team. They're well coached. Coach Nelson does a tremendous job. They're also a team that has some inside-out combinations. The big guys, Bugorovich and then Ryan Curran, both can score inside, and then also Jimmy Hammer on the perimeter, is deadly outside. So, they've got a good inside-out combination, and then they're always tough defensively.
Coach, should be a fun one tonight. Always appreciate catching up with you a little bit before the game, and all ready to jack it off. A little toasty in here.
A little toasty in here. So.
That might be a new record. Usually, we've seen you do it in like the first minute, but pregame usually doesn't happen.
I know. It's a little hot, but hopefully we'll be ready to go.
Should be a good one as always. Appreciate the time. Coach Curley, as always, joining us here in the pregame show, and bringing Luke Stilson. This is just an interesting game. You look at Johns Hopkins and now up to number 18 in the country. It was the first time the Centennial Conference has ever had 3 teams in the top 25, and that trend continues despite the drop from Franklin and Marshall. They're at 20 now. Johns Hopkins at 18. Dickinson up to number 5 in the country. But this Johns Hopkins team, boy, they are red hot. 12 in a row, only 1 loss in the conference. They do have both of those losses here at home. So if you want to look at some of the bright side of things, they have lost both of their games this season here at home.
Yeah, this is a team. It's I think when everybody saw what they did to Dickinson here, Dickinson had climbed to 4th in the country and came in here on January 14th, and everybody saw the final score on that game. And I think people really started to take notice that this Johns Hopkins team is real. This is a Hopkins team that, remember, is the defending conference champion. Yep. They went to Dickinson last year and knocked off the Red Devils up in Carlisle. So Blue Jays are red hot, and they've got the rematch with F&M later this season coming up next week in Lancaster. They still got to go to Dickinson again, but this is a team that right now you'd have to think maybe the odds are in favor to be the host come the last weekend of February.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something if Johns Hopkins was able to host the tournament? They have hosted it before, and for Hopkins, they've won the conference 3 times, as mentioned last year back in 2007 and in 1999. 2007, not a shock when they won the conference. Last year certainly was, as Dickinson, the team they beat, ended up going to the Elite 8. For this Johns Hopkins team, a lot of the members from last year's team are back. You look at Jimmy Hammer, one of the most deadly 3-point shooters in conference history, currently tied with Dan Kapkin, formerly of Gettysburg, for 6th all-time in 3-pointers made. So that is a guy you absolutely have to keep an eye on. You have to know where number 24 is at all times. He is 47% from long range. So not only does he make them, he makes them at a good clip. So 47%. I mean, he is one of the most deadly shooters that I can remember coming through this conference.
Absolutely. And we saw what he's been able to do. He's now a senior on this team. George Featheronovich is now a senior on this team. Those are two guys who are seniors now. They've been able to they've brought this team along. And when they won it last year, everybody thought maybe they were a year away when they came in to Dickinson last year. But they took that win and they carried that into this year. Obviously, a little bit of growing pains early on as they got back together and worked in those freshmen. But since then, they've been able to roll.
Yeah, their 2 losses back in November, so they haven't lost since Thanksgiving. Franklin and Marshall, a 60-51 loss here at Gold Farm Gymnasium. Prior to that, they had lost to Alvernia, who was having a bit of a disappointing season, but usually a pretty strong program coming out of the MAC, 63-59. That was their season opener here at Gold Farm Gymnasium. But since then, since they came back from Thanksgiving, it's been all victories for this Johns Hopkins team. Most recently, they were able to hold on and beat Muhlenberg 80-75. Our own Dave McHugh was at that game and said it was a really good, good contest back and forth. And just towards the end, Johns Hopkins just proved they were the better team, was able to pull away from Muhlenberg on the road. And always a bit of a tricky place to play, especially when you look at when McDaniel has to travel north, when Hopkins have to travel north. That's the longest trip of the season. So always a bit of an odd place to play. up at Memorial Hall, and they were able to get it done, completing the season sweep of Muhlenberg. So it's going to be a tall test for this McDaniel team. And then you look at what the Green Terror did on Saturday, and there's no way to put it other than disappointing. You cannot go to Ursinus, a team that has struggled this year, go on the road and just weren't able to come through. Went to overtime, tied at 44, and eventually lost by 9 in OT, 59-50. So a tough loss for this McDaniel team, and they're looking to bounce back because you look at the stretch that they had there, Luke. It was a great stretch, 58-50, I beg your pardon. They won 4 straight going into that Ursinus game, so maybe this team got a little too big for their britches. Thought they were good enough to just show up and beat anyone, and that was clearly not the case.
This is a team looking at coming to that game. Go to Muhlenberg and lose. Then they bounce back off that game, go to Haverford, get a hard-fought win at Haverford. Haverford, never an easy trip, one of the longer trips in the conference. They come home, really dismantle, a kind of a disappointing sophomore team, a team that a lot of people thought might take a step forward this year. They really dismantled them at home. Knocked off Braidwood Marshall at home. An upset in terms of F&M is the number 10 team in the country, but anybody who knows anything about the Centennial Conference knows that F&M struggles at the Gill Center. Then you come back off that win, primed for the letdown game when you host Gettysburg, and really you take care of business against them. You build up a big lead, you hold on to win that game. You go to Ursinus, and now you've built a 15-point lead early in the second half against the Bears, against a team that's 2-7 in the league. You have them down, and Coach Curley and I were talking. They were, obviously he's a little bit of a film junkie, so they came back and watched the film. And he told them yesterday or Sunday when they practiced, it was really, they gave up 2 3-pointers in transition after they got up 15. Guys job back on defense, and defense is something, defensive hustle are 2 things that Coach Curley preaches to his guys. He says, you're going to have nights when shots don't fall, and that's what happened in that second half. Shots didn't fall, but you've got to be able to make up for it by getting stops on defense, hustling on defense, and taking care of what you can control. And they didn't do that on the defensive end, and that's where the issues came in.
Yeah, McDaniel just 6 for 27 in the second half against Ursinus. They were outscored by 9 in the second half at a 25-16 lead at halftime, and just unable to close out an Ursinus team that improved to 3-7 on the year in the Centennial Conference. And for McDaniel, 11-5, 6-4 in conference play, and now a very stiff test here coming tonight.
We'll be ready here for lineups. Harken back to last year. McDaniel lost that game back at Penn State Mount Alto. Came home, won that game against Muhlenberg, and it propelled them. It could be possible you get this win here. That could be another one of those launching points for this season.
We're going to step aside now for the national anthem, and we're just moments away from the start of game number 2 of our doubleheader.
As some of you may know, the Johns Hopkins community lost one of its own yesterday when Jeremy Huber, a freshman on the men's lacrosse team, passed away suddenly here on campus. In his short time at Homewood, Jeremy had become a vibrant member of the Johns Hopkins community, had planned to pursue a degree in cognitive science, and was eagerly looking forward to his first season as a member of the Blue Jay lacrosse team. Although his time with us was short, he will always be forever a Blue Jay. At this time, we ask you please join us in a moment of silence as we pause to remember Jeremy, his parents, Robert and Nancy, and his younger brother, Justin. Thank you. Now here are the starting lineups for this evening's game. For McDaniel, a 5'11" junior guard from North Wales, Pennsylvania, number 1, Wes Brooks. For the Blue Jays,
alongside Luke Stilson, Tim Murray back with you here from Goldfarb Gymnasium on the campus of Johns Hopkins University. Let's take a look at tonight's starting lineups. First for the home Johns Hopkins Blue Jays, as already mentioned, 15-2 on the year, 9-1 in conference play. 6-2 at home, and they've rattled off 12 straight victories. Their head coach is Bill Nelson. Ryan Curran, your Centennial Conference Player of the Week, a 6'7" sophomore from Flanders, New Jersey. Austin Vasiliadis, the junior from Great Falls, Virginia, 5'11" guard. George Bogarenovich, the senior from Overland Park, Kansas, a 6'5" senior. Omar Randall, a 6'3" guard from Wallingford, Pennsylvania. And then Jimmy Hammer, the 6'2", 185-pound senior guard from Collegeville, Pennsylvania. Bill Nelson in his 28th season here at Johns Hopkins. For McDaniel starting lineup, Wes Brooks, Andrew Merlot, Cameron Royster, Philip Berry, and Tim Stewart. Tim Stewart, the leading scorer for the Green Terror, averaging 14.4 points per game. One of the top contributors in the conference, Jimmy Hammer, is the leading scorer for Hopkins at 15.3. McDaniel 11-5, 6-4 in the Centennial Conference. That is the fifth best record currently in the Centennial Conference. They are 2-5 away from the Gill Center. McDaniel wearing the road green uniforms. They will go right to left here from our vantage point. McDaniel spelled across the chest in white lettering, white numerals on the front and back of their uniforms. Johns Hopkins in their home whites uniforms. Johns on the top of the numerals, Hopkins on the bottom, numeral in the middle, and the Carolina blue, those Carolina blue numerals on the back as well. 20 minutes up on the board, and boy, we've got an exciting game in store for us this evening as the number 18 team in the country, Johns Hopkins, takes on McDaniel. McDaniel 1-1 against nationally ranked teams this season, and for Johns Hopkins, they were top 25 team last week, was able to win both of their contests. They've won 12 straight games, one of the hottest teams, if not the hottest team in the Centennial Conference. Tim Stewart jumping center against Ryan Curran, and we are underway as Curran controls the opening tip, and Johns Hopkins works it into the front court. Man-to-man defense for the Green Terror. Dribble penetration from Bogarenovich goes down low to the block, a little turnaround, and that's no good. Rebound, Tim Stewart. McDaniel will work the ball into the front court. Wes Brooks across the timeline, gets it to Phil Perry. Phil Perry screen set up to his right, doesn't use it. Out to Wes Brooks. Quick ball movement, far corner. Cameron Royster, dribble penetration along the baseline. Kicks it to Wes Brooks near side. Tim Stewart just a step off the block, back out to Cameron Royster. Dribble penetration in the paint. There's some contact. They're going to call a offensive foul. Offensive foul, a charge by Cameron Royster. Kevin Curley liking the aggressiveness early on. 19:25 to go first half, scoreless between Johns Hopkins and McDaniel. Behind the back is Vasiliadis. And Vasiliadis no good, but brings it back out. Jimmy Hammer works it into the corner. That's Curran. Curran. Lob pass down low to Bogarenovich. His shot is blocked, but somehow he was able to kick it back out to Jimmy Hammer. Drives along the baseline, now back out Curran. Three-pointer top of the arc. That one front rim, no good. Rebound, Cameron Royster. McDaniel looking to push the ball. Now they'll slow down, seeing they have no numbers. Cameron Royster, right wing, screen set up to his left. Doesn't use it. Works it over to Phil Perry. You can hear Coach Curley yelling to swing the ball over to the far side to Andrew Merlot. In the corners, Phil Perry. Three bodies over in the corner, and a travel is called against Phil Perry. And Coach Curley upset early on as trying to get his team a little bit more focused on the offensive end. 18:34 to go in this first half. Man-to-man defense for the Green Terror. Looking inside, they go to Ryan Curran. On the block, gives a pump fake, steps through. There's a contact from behind from Phil Perry. He is going to be called for a foul. And Ryan Curran, the 6'7" sophomore, will head to the charity stripe.
Philip Perry is first, second on the team.
For Ryan Curran, the third leading scorer for this Johns Hopkins team, 61.5% from the free throw line on the season. First free throw up, that's no good. Ryan Curran, once again, your Centennial Conference Player of the Week. Second free throw up and good. So our first point of the game is a free throw from Ryan Curran, 1-0. 8:20 to go here in the opening half.
Rare 1-0 score.
Don't see it all that often. 1-to-1, maybe even a bit more rare. Andrew Merlot dribbling along the baseline. Double team for a moment. Gets it out to Cameron Royster. Ball movement around. Into the corner they go. Two of the best defensive teams in the conference going toe-to-toe here tonight. Scoring defense-wise, McDaniel, the only team in the conference holding opponents under to 60 points as Tim Stewart finds it cunning. Cameron Royster right of the lane, able to finish with a right hand, and it's 2-1, McDaniel taking the lead.
That's what the Green Terror has done so well. They've worked the ball, they've worked the shot clock down, and they've found the open guy going to the basket.
Just a step off the arc is George Bogarenovich, and he is fouled going to the ground. Bogarenovich will head to the free throw line, and that'll be foul on Cameron Royster, his second, team's third. And Cameron Royster's going to head to the bench, and we'll see how long he's sitting on the bench with two fouls, just 2.5 minutes into this game. Free throw on the way, and that one is good from Bogarenovich. George Bogarenovich, second leading scorer, has started every game this season for the Blue Jays, averaging 13.2 points per game. One more free throw to come from the lefty. Free throw up and good. So Bogarenovich, a 68% free throw shooter, buries both 3-2. So without a field goal, but they've been able to convert on the free throw line, 3 of 4. As now a kick ball. McDaniel will have possession on the baseline. Left of their own basket, Dwayne Eccles to inbound. Westbrooks bounce pass to Tim Stewart on the far side block. McDaniel going right to left. Three-pointer from the wing. That one front rim no good from Andrew Merlot. And the rebound brought in by Austin Vasiliadis. Vasiliadis guarded by Dwayne Eccles. Picks up his dribble, bounces it over to Jimmy Hammer. Hammer dribbles along towards that baseline near side, and his pass is deflected through the fingertips of Bogarenovich. McDaniel gets the steal. Dwayne Eccles to the basket. Left side layup is good. Check that right side layup with the left hand. I beg your pardon. 4-3. McDaniel back in front by 1. Vasiliadis, I should say, works to the right wing. The skip pass is stolen away by Andrew Merlot. Merlot bringing it into the front court, works it over to Eccles. Eccles near side, drives along the baseline, back out Andrew Merlot. Merlot's going to slow things down, 27 to shoot, 16-19 to go in the first half. Merlot driving, bounce pass to Tim Stewart, hard to the block. Reverse layup is good, a beauty up and under, finishing with the right from the right side, starting on the left side, finishes with the right hand on the right side of the basket, and Bill Nelson wants a timeout to talk things over. It's going to be a 30-second timeout, 16:08 to go first half. McDaniel leading by 3. It's 6-3.
This is the energy that Coach Curley wanted his guys to come out with. Energy you didn't really see a lot of in the second half on Saturday, and really something he talked to the guys about when they got back on the way back on Saturday, as well as when they practiced on Sunday. He talked about energy, hard work, focus, and starting on the defensive end. And you've seen that. 2 steals, both leading to baskets on the offensive end.
This is the 152nd meeting all time between McDaniel and Johns Hopkins. A series dating back to 1931. The Blue Jays lead the all-time series 82-69. 16:08 to go. Ball back in play after the 30-second timeout. Vasiliadis will bring it into the front court. Works it over to Jimmy Hammer. Back to Vasiliadis. Screen set up to his right. Bounces it to Bogarenovich, far side baseline. Driving along that baseline. Now gets it out to Curran. Curran will be called for a travel. Old McDaniel bench comes to their feet after the travel, and the turnover gives the ball back to the Green Terror. 15:52 to go first half. McDaniel ball. So we believe we have fixed the shot clock situation. They've actually imported the play clocks from the football field. Inside pass to Tim Stewart, near side block, double team, pump fake, and finishes with the right hand. Tim Stewart, great patience. Pump fake the hook shot, waited for 2 men to converge, and then after the defender came back down to the ground, he went back up, 8-3. Corner is Curran. Curran in the paint, Gets it into the corner now to Omar Randall. Randall skip pass to the far side. Three-pointer Vasiliadis. That's no good. Rebound Stewart.
The games you've seen McDaniel have the most success are the games they've gotten out with this high energy early and built an early lead, and then they've been able to hold teams off with their lockdown defense.
Eccles three-pointer from the corner. That's no good. Jimmy Hammer with the board. Hammer outlet pass up ahead to Bogdanovich. No good. Curran can't finish on the putback dunk attempt. And here comes McDaniel into the front court with a chance to extend their lead. They have numbers. Bounce pass to Tim Stewart. Right side layup is good. It's 10-3 and 8-0 run for the Green Terror as Chris Curran, when he went up for that putback dunk attempt, missed it and then came down hard to the floor, allowing Tim Stewart to be open all by himself coming down in transition. Vasiliadis driving near side. A pass along the baseline. Quick ball movement. Hammer puts up a three-pointer. That one short. Rebound. Merlot had it for a second and didn't have it. And Bogdanovich goes to the floor to grab the possession. Hammer to Curran. Jumper up. That's no good. Rebound Phil Perry.
Blue Jays 0 for 6 to start this game from the field.
All three of their points coming from the free throw line. They're 3 for 4 from the charity stripe. Under 14 minutes to play. Phil Perry to the basket. Right side layup is no good. Stewart deflects it out. Offensive rebound, Andrew Merlot. And he gets it back out to Dwayne Eccles. A new 35-second shot clock here for the Green Terror. Eccles over to Phil Perry, into the corner now, far side Westbrooks. Beautiful ball movement. Tim Stewart off a screen. He finishes, and Bill Nelson wants a full timeout now to talk things over. McDaniel couldn't have asked for a better start. They're on a 10-0 run, and they lead 12-3 with 13:37 to go first half.
This is the response you needed after you came off that really, for lack of a better term, utter collapse at Ursinus. You come out, I know Coach Curley told me on Monday they had a great practice on Sunday, high energy. I'm guessing based on the energy today, they must have had that same great practice late last night. I know they had a late spot last night. The bounce back, not all that easy, especially when you consider you make the trip down here, not knowing that the women's game was delayed a half hour because of the shot clock and floor issues. So now you've sat here for an extra half hour. We never got a tip-off here. I think it was like 8:40 before we got a tip-off here. We've sat around here, but still come out with that energy that Coach Curley has needed for them to build this early lead.
Tim Stewart off to a good start with 8 points, 4 for 4 from the field. And, you know, this is an interesting game when you look at a Johns Hopkins team. Ryan Curran is their biggest guy down low, 6'7", 200 pounds, but seems to be more of a forward, outside-in type guy. Won't bang a lot down low, and Tim Stewart has had to go up against the big bodies this year, so he's taken advantage so far of the sophomore down low with a lot of back screens, and he's been open a number of times.
And McDaniel making the extra pass. 6 for 9 from the floor to start the game compared to Hopkins 0 for 7. Hopkins has had a couple open looks, but they haven't been able to knock him down. And some of that, something they just haven't knocked down those shots.
Some new bodies on the floor as Matt Billups is in, the 6'10" junior, as they try to go into Billups as he's guarded by Kevin Rosari, who just checked in. Also Gene Williams in, and Nick Perugino for the Green Terror. So Rosari and Perugino into the game for McDaniel.
Josh
McWilliams into the game too, as Rosari knocks that ball out of bounds.
Williams always playing for him. He's got a little bit of run late in the first half on Saturday, but really has been not oft-used as a freshman off Coach Curley's bench this year.
Coach Curley must like what he's been seeing lately from McWilliams in practice to give him this time, as Dwayne Eccles got his hand in the passer lane, and Bogdanovich is trying to plead his case that it was touched by Dwayne Eccles, but no, it was not. It's a turnover. Give the ball back to the Green Terror. 12-3 is our score. McDaniel leading by 9. Andrew Merlot guarded very close by Jimmy Hammer. Outside the arc is Dwayne Eccles. Rosari trying to set up a screen, and Eccles won't use it, and now I believe an illegal screen will be called against Rosari. Rosari kept trying to set up against Eccles' man and continue to move his feet. That's what they're going to get him for every time. Actually, no foul was called. I beg your pardon. 5 seconds might have been the call, so I apologize for the discrepancy. And now a foul is called. This time is Jimmy Hammer driving
Now Rosario got called for the foul.
Now Rosario. There's that foul we were looking for. To inbound is Gene Williams, left of the Hopkins basket. Inbounds goes to Vasiliadis. Jumper from the free throw line. That's no good. The cold start continues as Bogdanovich off the mark. 0 for 8 now from the field for Hopkins to start this game. Nearing the 12.5-minute marker in the first half. Rosari outside the arc to McWilliams. Baseline drive near side. Merlot, and a block is called. As stepping over was Matt Billups. Billups, the 6'10" junior, stepping over just a second too late. Nick Perugino will inbound right of the basket.
First on the team.
New 35-second shot clock now for the Green Terror. Merlot bounces it into Rosari in the paint. Skips it over to Dwayne Eccles, driving along the baseline far side. Quick ball movement. Perugino three-pointer. That's no good. Rebound brought in by Gene Williams. Hammer has it far side sideline, bringing it up. Inside they go. They want to go to Billups. Double teams coming over. Billups inside, can't finish. Bogdanovich, though, the offensive rebound, and he's able to give Johns Hopkins their first field goal of the game, and the shot clock has gone out now on the near side. So that'll be something we'll have to keep an eye on.
I think that timeout from Coach Curley was to try to figure out how Josh McWilliams ended up on the 6'10" kid inside.
They just rebooted the shot clock. We'll see if it comes to. 11:55 to go. 12-5 is our score.
There it is.
And the shot clock has come back to life. Andrew Merlot brings it into the front court. A 7-point lead for McDaniel. 12-5 is our score. McWilliams works it into the corner to Merlot, and now a illegal screen by Rosari. That is his second foul of the game. And Rosari will come out as Tim Stewart back in. Phil Perry checks in for Josh McWilliams. And now Wes Brooks to the scorer's table to come in for Andrew Merlot. So it's Wes Brooks, Dwayne Eccles, Nick Perugino, Phil Perry, and Tim Stewart on the floor with 11:39 to go. First half, 12-5. McDaniel leading Hopkins. Driving, the ball knocked out of the hands of Vasiliadis, and McDaniel gets the turnover. Dwayne Eccles, screen to his left, and a pass to no one. Is confusion there between Eccles and Nick Perugino, so a turnover gives the ball back to Johns Hopkins. 12-5 remains our score. 11:22 and rolling left this first half. Vasiliadis, handoff to Jimmy Hammer. Hammer between the circles. Gets it back to Vasiliadis. Into the corner. Three-pointer on the way from Hammer. That's no good. In and out. Stewart fighting for the rebound, and he might be called for a foul here. I believe he is, as Matt Billups. 2 shots. Wow. Coach Curley's upset. And, Luke, I don't generally show disdain for referees, but they were just fighting, jostling for that ball. They continue. It was like a tip drill up there.
It was.
And I don't really know how they warrant him free throws. But nonetheless, Billups gets him and hits the first and makes the second. I think it's a good argument here for Coach Curley. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, it was a very strange play. It was both of them going up to the ball, and all of a sudden you get the whistle and the foul on Tim Stewart.
Stewart bounces it to Nick Perugino in the corner. Up top to Wes Brooks. Brooks over to Eccles. Eccles works the ball around into the corner. Nick Perugino. Perugino dribble penetration. Handoff to Phil Perry. His shot is blocked away. Loose ball. They kick it out. Eccles three-pointer. It's good. Dwayne Eccles a big three with 3 on the shot clock, and it's now 15-7.
Echo's not one that takes a lot of threes, not necessarily your first couple options of taking threes, but usually if he feels that he can hit out there and he gets hot, and there's really no stopping him out there.
Three-pointer on the way. That one is good. Gene Williams hitting that one from the right wing to make it 15-10. We're halfway home in this first half. 5-point lead for McDaniel. Tim Stewart, deep two. That one is good. Nothing but net just off the elbow, making it 17-10. Austin Vasiliadis driving through some contact. No good. Nick Perugino with the board. Here comes McDaniels. This game's starting to pick up a bit in tempo as Perugino works it to Westbrooks. Now Phil Perry into the corner. Dwayne Eccles. Near side corner. Screen to his right. Uses it for a moment. Westbrooks now over to the far side. Phil Perry. Perry off a screen to his right. Gets it to Perugino. Perugino works in the middle of the floor now to Tim Stewart. Outside the paint. Double team comes against Tim Stewart. 10 to shoot. Eccles in the corner. Skip pass over to Perugino. One touch to Westbrooks. Back to Stewart. 5 to shoot to the basket. Right side layup. No good, but he's fouled. What ball movement there by the Green Terror. Very good defense by Johns Hopkins. But McDaniel just continued to quick one-touch pass here and there, and Tim Stewart takes it to the basket, and he's fouled.
I said before, it's two of the top defenses in the league. You see why. We've seen why so far through the first almost 7 minutes of this game.
Tim Stewart already with 10 points in this game. He's 5 for 5 from the field. Spins the ball in his right hand. Free throw up, back rim, no good. 17-10 remains our score as Andrew Merlot checks back in for Dwayne Eccles. Omar Randall checked that. Nikhil Panu comes into the game. Nikhil Panu for Hopkins checks in.
Tim Stewart got into the line a lot this year coming into the game. He was 53 of 80. So he knows how to get to the free throw line.
Far and away the most free throws by any Green Terror player this year, and he makes the second. So Stewart now with 11 points. It's 18-10. Nearing the 9-minute mark as Panu brings it into the front court here for Johns Hopkins. Also Luke Chambers checking in to the contest for the Blue Jays. Bounce past the Billups, and Billups throws down a dunk. A nice pass from Gene Williams, and Billups, the 6'10" junior, able to dunk it with two hands, making it 18-12. Perugino left wing. Bounces it to Tim Stewart. This is a mismatch here that Stewart would like to take advantage of using his athleticism. Phil Perry just knifes through a pair of defenders, splits Luke Chambers and Matt Billups, and finishes with the right hand, 20-12. 8.5 minutes to play first half. And now a foul is going to be called against Phil Perry as Perry lowered his shoulder a little bit into Luke Chambers, who was driving, and that'll be team foul number 7, and 1-1 here for Luke Chambers.
Really almost a foul that could have gone either way. Chambers kind of extended on a little bit of a push-up, but they got Perry with a foul.
Chambers' first free throw is good. He hasn't been to the free throw line all that much this season. He was 9 for 13 prior to that free throw attempt, but makes it so 10 for 14 on the year. In for Phil Perry is Cameron Royster. He's got 2 fouls, and Phil Perry also 2 fouls. So some foul trouble early for this McDaniel team as the second free throw no good. Merlot gets the rebound. 20-13 is our score. And right now this Hopkins team seems to be living at the free throw line. 6 points from the charity stripe. Tim Stewart wanting to get the ball to Westbrooks. He's near side, and the ball was kicked away as they tried to get it to Cameron Royster on the back door. Inbounds coming right of their own basket by Perugino. Perugino up to Westbrooks. Brooks to Merlot, bounces it in to Stewart. Off the block, double team comes. Perugino driving, kicks to the corner. Merlot, 5 to shoot, driving in the paint. His pass is deflected out of bounds. So 3 to shoot here for the Green Terror. 7:52 to go in the first half. 7-point lead, 20-13 for McDaniel. Pass goes into the hands of Westbrooks. They get it to Tim Stewart, and he finishes just as the shot clock expires. 22-13.
was a good look by Wes Brooks. Everyone thought that Wes was going to take that shot. As often he does in that situation off that shot clock, he found the cutting Stewart and was able to lay up.
And they tried to spin the ball into Matt Billups, and it goes out of bounds. 22-13 is our score. 7.5 minutes to play first half. It's been a good half of basketball here for the Green Terror. Dribble handoff to Royster, and the ball is deflected away, stolen. Luke Chambers up ahead, and he will be able to finish right side. Cameron Royster just sprinted on by him, trying to divert his path. But a nice finish off the steal. Chambers one who deflected the ball away, and he was able to finish it with the right hand. Inside they go to Tim Stewart. He's unable to finish from the right side. And here comes Johns Hopkins, trailing by 7.
Stewart's first miss of the game there. Start 6 for 6.
Hammer driving, but an illegal screen call against Luke Chambers. That'll be team foul number 3 against Johns Hopkins. Back into the game will be Ryan Curran and Austin Vasiliadis. And now Jack Rocket will check in for the Green Terror. So Rocket checks in for Tim Stewart, his first action of the game. Man-to-man defense for Johns Hopkins. As bringing it into the front court is Wes Brooks. Nick Perugino to Andrew Merlo. Screen set up to his right. Merlo drives in the paint, tries to get it into Rocket, and the ball is kicked away. Double team converged there on Merlo. Rocket was open, but unable to get the ball to him as Hopkins kicked it away. Left of the basket is Perugino inbounding, and a tough pass there. Merlo is able to grab it before Vasiliadis stole it away. Perugino, pump fake, tries to get it to Rocket. Rocket was going towards the basket. It goes off his fingertips out of bounds. And now Dwayne Eccles will come in for Nick Perugino. Also, Kyle Duran comes in for Johns Hopkins. And the Blue Jays really showing their depth. They continue to just go deeper and deeper on that bench today. Ryan Curran to the right wing he goes to Kyle Duran. Duran back into Curran. On the near side block, double team comes and knocked away by Merlo. Outlet pass up ahead to Dwayne Eccles, left side, hard to the basket, contact, count the bucket and the foul. Dwayne Eccles on a beautiful outlet pass from Cameron Royster finishes with the left hand, and a chance at a three-point play, and also a chance to extend the lead to 10.
Just a half a second late getting there was the defender, and
Dwayne Eccles, free throw up and good. It should be 25-15. .607 to go, first half. 25-15 is our score, as the score is corrected.
Coach Curley never won to convince words when the scoreboard's not correct.
Wants to make sure his team's not getting shortchanged. In the corner, three-pointer far side. That's no good. Off the mark from Gene Williams. A quick three there. Under 6 to play. 10-point lead for McDaniel. Dwayne Eccles. Cameron Royster over to Wes Brooks, far side wing. Loses it for a moment, but regains it, middle of the floor. Dwayne Eccles. Left wing, screen to his right. Picks up his dribble. Back to Royster. Royster looking inside to Rocket. Rocket has it. Double team comes on the man in the post, excuse me. 7 to shoot. Westbrook's driving. No look past the Rocket, and an offensive foul is called as Rocket lowered his shoulder into Vasiliadis, and Vasiliadis went down a bit awkwardly. And now Tim Stewart comes in for Jack Rocket. 5:23 to go first half. 10-point lead for McDaniel. Now Jesse Flannery will come in, the freshman from Lewisburg, Pennsylvania.
So I just was trying to wave off the sub, but Coach Nelson was having none of it.
Came in anyways. Can't fool a man who's been coaching for well over 30 years. Ball inside to Curran. Guarded by Stewart. Tough on the block. Good defense. Offensive rebound, Bogdanovich, and Bogdanovich is fouled, and he will head to the free throw line. 5:07 to go first half, 25-15. McDaniel leading Johns Hopkins. The foul goes against Andrew Merlo, his first, team's 8th. Bogaranovich at the free throw line. Free throw on the way and good for George Bogaranovich. Bogaranovich, the second leading scorer for this Johns Hopkins team, comes in 68% from the free throw line this season, 3 for 3 so far this evening. One more free throw to come. It's up and it's good. Nothing but net. 25-17. Hopkins
with almost half of their points coming the free throw line.
8 for 10. 8 for 10 from the free throw line. As Westbrooks into the front court. Dwayne Eccles works over to Nick Perugino, near side wing. Screen set up to his right. Perugino, middle of the floor, works it down to the corner. Dwayne Eccles. Eccles spins the ball to the near side post. Tim Stewart out to Perugino. One-touch pass is deflected. Eccles is tied up down low with Curran. Alternate possession. Sticks with the Green Terror. They'll have 11 to shoot. 4:42 to go first half. Coming into the game is Austin Vasiliadis. Nick Perugino inbound left of their own basket. Perugino bounces it to Dwayne Eccles. 10 to shoot. Inside to Stewart. Ball knocked away. Stewart has it. Westbrooks puts up a deep three-pointer. Air ball. Merlo rebound, and he can't finish. And it was a shot clock violation. So a couple of decent looks. As a deep three from Westbrooks came up short. Merlo was able to get the rebound, but because there was only 3 seconds left on the shot clock, just put up a wild reverse layup that didn't touch any iron. 4:20 and rolling left first half. 8-point lead for McDaniel. Ball kicked out to Gene Williams. Williams guarded by Nick Perugino. Hand off to Vasiliadis. Vasiliadis with 15 to shoot. Bounces it to Gene Williams. Inside to go to Curran, who spins to the left block, and he finishes with the left hand. And now Coach Curley has been called for a technical.
I think it was kind of a quick.
Wanted to travel. He wanted to travel on the spin move down low from Ryan Curran. And Coach Curley called for the technical foul. Jimmy Hammer will head to the free throw line.
First one he's been called for this year. He's been close in a couple games. That's the first one that he's got nailed on.
Free throw up and good. And the second free throw is good as well. Now my question, was Jimmy Hammer in the game? I think he was waiting at the scorer's table. I'm not sure if he was in the game or not.
I don't think he was in the game.
And he shouldn't have been eligible to shoot that free throw.
That's what I'm thinking.
All right. Well, 25-21, more free throws for Johns Hopkins. Eccles gets it to Andrew Merlo. Into the corner, Westbrooks gets the ball to Tim Stewart. Double team down on the block. He dribbles out, now gets it to Merlo, out to Perugino. That's a long two, and it's good. Along the baseline, Nick Perugino. Good ball movement there, making it 27-21. 3.5 minutes to go first half. Jimmy Hammer between the circles. Works the ball over to Omar Randall. Down low, and we've got an offensive foul. Dwayne Eccles taking the charge as Chris Curran, looking like a fullback, lowered his shoulder and took out Dwayne Eccles, and that's an offensive foul. 27-21 remains our score. Westbrooks will walk this ball up. McDaniel in those road green uniforms. 3:14 and rolling left in the first half. 27-21 our score. Eccles in the baseline. The ball is kicked into the stands. 21 on the shot clock, so that's where the shot clock will remain. 3:07 to go first half. Perugino to Westbrooks. Brooks between the circles. Shuffles his feet over to the left side. Uses a screen to his right now. Right of the paint. Back out, 10 to shoot. Dwayne Eccles, left wing. Drives in the paint, puts up a floater with the left hand. That's no good. Perugino tip up, no good. And Dwayne Eccles is now going to be called for a loose ball foul. And that'll be more free throws here for Johns Hopkins. Already 12 free throws attempted for Hopkins in this first half. So Dwayne Eccles called for the foul. Heading to the free throw line will be George Bogarinovich. 4 for 4 from the charity stripe so far this evening. Bogarinovich, a lefty. Couple dribbles, free throw up and good. So George Bogarinovich having a big day at the free throw line so far. 5 for 5 came into today. Not the greatest free throw shooter in the world, at just 68%. As the next free throw up and good, but he's been perfect today, 6 for 6. 27-23 is our score. Under 2:50 to go in this first half. Hopkins chipping away at a deficit that was once 10. It was 25-15. Hopkins ratcheting up the defensive intensity. Perugino out, pump fake. Now over to Eccles. Another pump fake. Gets a man in the air. Perugino down low. No good. Tim Stewart trying to get the offensive rebound, and he does, and he's fouled. Tell you one thing, McDaniel, just not even a hard ball fake, just any resemblance of pump fake, and they will fly on by.
They definitely must be in the scouting report. They're going to fight on any pump fake. So use the pump fake, get yourself to the rim, and make good things happen.
Inbounds goes to Tim Stewart. Under 2.5 minutes left in the opening half. McDaniel leading by 4. Ball bounced into Tim Stewart. Far side block. Double team comes. And that's what we've seen since Tim Stewart got off to a quick start. Three-pointer on the way. Front rim no good. And Perugino fighting for that rebound, but couldn't bring it in. And a substitution now for Johns Hopkins. Matt Phillips will check in for Ryan Curran. So Austin Vasiliadis will dribble the ball into the front court here for the Blue Jays. They trail by 4. Jimmy Hammer far side. Looking inside. McDaniel fronting the post down low. Vasiliadis driving. Now gets it off. Inside they go. Matt Phillips near side block. Back out Hammer. Puts up a quick 3. That's no good. Rebound Perugino, and he fights it away from Bogarinovich, who was called for a foul. A nice rebound there by Perugino, and that'll be team foul number 7 against Johns Hopkins, meaning Perugino will have some free throws. Perugino, more of a shooter, not gone to the line all that much this season. Just 5 free throw attempts all year.
He's 2 for 5. The line is sophomore.
1-1, 27-23. First free throw up and good. 28-23, 1:43 to go, first half. McDaniel 12 for 23 from the field. As Perugino misses that free throw, so 1 of 2. And the rebound goes out of bounds. Last touch by Tim Stewart. On the floor for the Green Terror, Andrew Merlot, Tim Stewart, Dwayne Eccles, Wes Brooks, Nick Perugino. Austin Vasiliadis will bring it into the front court here for the Blue Jays. In those home white uniforms, left to right they go. Right wing, ball entered in and back out to Chambers. Now they go to Billups. Billups pump fake. Ball knocked away by Wes Brooks. Brooks gets it up ahead to Dwayne Eccles. Now to Tim Stewart at the three-point line. Put up a pump fake. No one bit. Wes Brooks gets the play call from Coach Kevin Curley. Middle of the floor, now over to Nick Perugino, left wing, 20 to shoot. Stewart driving, ISO against Billups, right side layup is good. Tim Stewart, that's a matchup they'll take any day. He has 5 inches less than Matt Billups, but boy, the athleticism, he could take him off the dribble every time. That's what they did, an ISO for Tim Stewart. Now, Johns Hopkins conversely wants to go inside. Dribble penetration, Luke Chambers, no good. He missed, got his own rebound, and the ball was knocked out of his hands, out of bounds. 30-23.
Mitch McDaniel's, 13-24 now. Hopkins still just 5 of 20 now from the floor.
Inbounds coming right to their own basket as Vasiliadis will inbound and gets it to Omar Randall. Randall bounces it inside to Chambers. Billups is going to put up a free throw line jumper and good. Nice touch from the 6'10 junior. 30-25. Shot clock turned off. So McDaniel can hold for the final shot of the half, up 5. Westbrooks at midcourt. Now works it over a little bit closer to the scorer's table. Dwayne Eccles into the corner. Nick Perugino. 9 on the game clock. Perugino. They get it to Stewart. Stewart left alone. They want him to drive on Billups to the basket. Through some contact. Gets the bucket to go at the buzzer. So an isolation for Tim Stewart, and he has a game-high 17 points at the break. 32-25 is our halftime score. McDaniel leading by 7 after 20 minutes of basketball.
And they you heard the call from Coach Schroeder. They wanted to run that same play. They run that high ball screen, get the ISO for Timberland. They tried to run it.
Goods, just like the Jays deliver victories on the field, Eddie's delivers satisfaction every time. Eddie's delivers lunch, whether it's a couple of sandwiches or a tasty catering tray. Make sure to call ahead. Visit the website, eddiesmarket.com, for details. And the Hopkins Deli is a proud sponsor of Johns Hopkins Athletics. Pick up sandwiches, burgers, subs, and they are home to the official pizza of Johns Hopkins Athletics. Hopkins Deli is open every day of the year. It's a great place to stop before or after the game. Your J card is always accepted at the Hopkins Deli. Stay connected with Hopkins Sports on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube for up-to-date information on everything Johns Hopkins Athletics.
That's what Tim and I both thought. I thought you can't do that. He wasn't. That's cheating. That's cheating. That's cheating. That is cheating.
Welcome back to Baltimore, Maryland. Alongside Luke Stillson, Tim Murray with you on McDanielAthletics.com. 20 minutes in the books, 20 more minutes to be played here in this doubleheader between McDaniel and Johns Hopkins. The Green Terror women were able to get it done in the opener of our doubleheader, winning that one 68-59 to improve to 16-1 on the year. And now the McDaniel men trying to pull off a big upset as they lead 32-25 at the break. In that first half, McDaniel 14 of 25 from the field, 1 for 6 from long range, 14 rebounds, 4 offensive, 10 defensive, 8 assists to 7 turnovers, no blocks, 5 steals. For Hopkins, 6 for 21 from the field, 1 for 7 from long range, and 12 of 14 from the free throw line. They lived at the free throw line, it felt like, for a decent amount of that first half. 6 offensive rebounds, 8 defensive, 14 total, so it's even there. 14 rebounds apiece, 4 assists, though, to 11 turnovers. And how about this? McDaniel outscoring Johns Hopkins 20-8 in the paint. McDaniel had a lead as large as 10 in that first half. It was 25-15. That got whittled down pretty small towards the end of the half. McDaniel able to stretch that out. Tim Stewart, a bucket right before the break. So we're ready for second half of basketball. 7-point lead, Luke, for the Green Terror, as McDaniel trying to pull off their second win over a nationally ranked team this season.
Just like first half, they get off to a quick start here in the second half and try to push this lead back out and hopefully take care of wait for inbounds here. Scores around the conference. Dickinson took care of business with Muhlenberg 90-78 that game up in Allentown. F&M taking care of business with Gettysburg that game inside 4 minutes, 68-37. Diplomats in control. And Haverford and Ursinus last up at a tight one, 64-60, $1:37 to play. Haverford leads.
Hopkins ball to start the second half. They're going right to left from our vantage point. They get the ball to Ryan Curran, who drives. It goes right to the basket. It finishes from the right side, 32-27. As on the floor, same starters for both teams. We'll give you those in just a moment. As for McDaniel, it's Phil Perry driving to Tim Stewart. Stewart in the paint, bounce pass to Phil Perry. Skips it over into the fingertips of Cameron Royster. Near side baseline is Stewart. Cutting the basket is Phil Perry, and he finishes right side layup. Nice pass from Tim Stewart. Stewart had 17 points, and now he has 2 assists.
Seen that time and time again. It's that cut down the lane. Hopkins not able to match up with the athleticism of McDaniel cutting the lane.
Curran spins in the paint. Turnaround jumper is good. Nice move there by the 6'7" sophomore. For McDaniel on the floor, Wes Brooks, Andrew Merlot, Cameron Royster, Phil Perry, and Tim Stewart. Perry has a screen set up to his left, gets it instead to Cameron Royster, near side corner. Royster losing it for a moment, almost called for a carry. Stewart backs up a bit, trying to drive against Curran, hard to the basket, right side layup, no good, tip up, no good again. Bogdanovich gets the rebound, and he's fouled. And for Tim Stewart, that'll be foul number 2. 18:33 to go, second half. 34-29 is our score. McDaniel leading. Jimmy Hammer, beg your pardon.
Guarded by Tim.
Got one last name, right? Loose ball on the floor after Hammer tried to get it down low. And we've got a jump ball. Alternate possession goes to McDaniel. Wes Brooks will bring it into the front court here. 5-point lead for McDaniel. Nearing the 18-minute mark here in the second half. Daniel led the majority of the first half. Phil Perry driving right of the lane. Tough shot. His shot is blocked out of bounds by Curran. Ryan Curran stepping over and blocking it. The Centennial Conference Player of the Week.
Could argue there they got him with the body. I think he was going in for the block as well, but no call there. Phil getting the ball out of bounds.
Perry to inbound. Gets it inside to Tim Stewart. Brings it back out. 15 to shoot. Merlot off the screen to his left. Down in the corner to Royster. Royster, baseline drive. And tries to get out to Merlot. They need to put up a shot here. 4 to shoot. Skip pass over to the far side. Stewart needs to put it up. Does so. Front rim no good. Rebound out of bounds. They say last touch by Tim Stewart. 17:36 to go. Good defensive possession there by Johns Hopkins. Stewart had a decent look, gave a pump fake, one dribble from the three-point line, but his jumper was short. Handoff goes to Omar Randall. They try to get it inside, but there's Phil Perry to steal the ball away. Perry works to the middle of the floor, now goes outside, no good on the right side layup. Rebound Jimmy Hammer. Hammer running the floor, far side sideline, skips it over to the near side, but Wes Brooks is able to deflect that ball out of bounds. And with 7:13 to go in the second half, Hopkins will keep possession as Austin Vasiliadis will inbound in front of the Hopkins bench. Near side sideline. Gets it to Hammer. Hammer driving right of the lane, puts up a tough shot off the glass and good. Jimmy Hammer, for the most part, has been quiet this game. That was his first field goal of the contest, the leading scorer for this Johns Hopkins team at 15.3 points per game. Merlot drives, right side layup, that is no good. Rebound brought in by George Bogdanovich.
Again, a little bit of contact inside, but they're going to let him play, looks like, here in the second half. So
Curran down low, and he's able to finish a lob pass inside, 34-33, and Coach Curley wants a timeout to talk things over. A full timeout. Curley not happy with the way his troops are playing right now, as that lead that was 5 just a moment ago is down to 1. 16:37 to go here in the second half.
Gato getting to the rim again, but just knocking those shots to fall here in the second half. Hopkins, to their credit, making the shots difficult, bumping the cutters a little bit more now in the second half than we saw them do that in the first half. And it's altering the shots just enough that Green Terror aren't able to finish at the rim.
Hopkins has led a couple times. There's been 3 lead changes, 1 time so far tonight. Well, one thing that Bill Nelson obviously mentioned in the locker room at the half was, let's get the ball inside to Curran, and they've done that a couple times. And Ryan Curran looks like a different player here in the second half. He has really been playing well for Johns Hopkins since they've come back from halftime.
Got 9 points now in the game for Curran, 4 for 8 for 4.
And 6 of those points coming in the second half. He was 1 for 5 from the field in the first half, had 4 turnovers.
3 for 3 now in the second half.
On the floor for McDaniel, Phil Perry, Cameron Royster, Andrew Merlo, Wes Brooks, and Tim Stewart. Man-to-man defense for Johns Hopkins. They'll pick up in the half court. Andrew Merlo. Now to Wes Brooks. Screen set up to his right. He uses it. Out to Cameron Royster. Quick ball movement into the near side corner. Phil Perry. Perry dribbles along the baseline. His pass is deflected out of bounds. Almost looked like Phil Perry was dribbling into a potential trap along that baseline with Omar Randall and Ryan Curran waiting for him. Box set here for McDaniel. The inbounds coming left of their own basket. Phil Perry gets it to Wes Brooks, and Brooks will bring it back out. Gets it off to Phil Perry. 16-10 left in this half, 7 to shoot. Phil Perry driving, gets it to Merlo, puts up a wild 3. That's no good. Air ball, loose ball on the floor. And the whistle is blown just before the shot clock went down to 0. It should have been a shot clock violation.
I think that's what we're going to talk about right now, with the shot clock may have been at 0 before he actually...
And that's what they are going to call. That's the right call.
Yes.
That is the right call, so they get it right after they come together. 34-33, 16 minutes exactly left in this ball game.
For Hopkins, that actually works out well for you because you keep the arrow.
Exactly. Best case scenario there. Basiliadis in the front court, guarded by Phil Perry. Looking to take their first lead since way back in the first half, early first half. 3-pointer from Hammer on the way. Nothing but net from Jimmy Hammer. 36-34. Hopkins back out in front.
0 for 3 from long range before that shot from Hammer. You had to know at some point he was going to start hitting.
One of the most deadly 3-pointers the Centennial Conference has ever seen. 3-point shooters, I should say. And Tim Stewart able to steal the ball away from George Bogarenovich on the floor. Daniel has not been able to get the ball to Tim Stewart. No doubt the emphasis for Hopkins defensively, don't let Tim Stewart beat you guys, as he had 17 points in the first half.
Yeah, he's setting 8 for 9. He's 0 for 2 here in the second half. Just gotten 2 shots off, really, in the first 5 minutes. Both attempts.
Phil Perry to inbound, right in front of the McDaniel bench to our right. 15-15 to go, second half. 2-point lead for Johns Hopkins after the Jimmy Hammer 3. Perry to the corner, Merlo. Merlo tries to feed it into Stewart. Ball was deflected away initially. And now a lob pass to Royster in the corner near side, 10 to shoot. Royster driving, tries to get it inside to Tim Stewart. Ball goes off the hand of Stewart. It looked like there was a Blue Jay hand sneaking in there.
Yeah, that's off Curran.
Okay, so they have
the ball.
So Phil Perry will inbound, 7 to shoot here for McDaniel. Once again, Dwayne Eccles checking in for Andrew Merlo.
Because when Eccles came in the game in the first half, that he really provided a spark for the Green Heroes to do the same thing in the second.
Brooks bounces it, and it's stolen away. Outlet pass up ahead to Hammer, left alone, 3-pointer, front rim no good, but long rebound brought in by Jimmy Hammer. Also, that 3-pointer just a moment ago put Hammer into sole possession of 6 all-time in Centennial Conference history, and 3-pointers made. That's no good. A little hook shot by Bogarenovich. Offensive rebound, Curran. His shot is blocked on a reverse layup. And now here we go. McDaniel into the front court, into the corner. Royster cutting to the basket is Tim Stewart, and he's fouled. Tim Stewart desperately wants the ball as He knows he couldn't have been stopped in that first half, and he wants to pick up where he left off in that first half, where he had 17 points.
Encouraging his teammates. Let's go. Let's go.
Tim Stewart, the leading scorer for McDaniel, only Green Terror player in double figures average-wise. Free throw on the way for Stewart, and it's good. Tim Stewart, a 66% free throw shooter. His substitution comes in. Matt Billups will check in for Ryan Curran. For Johns Hopkins, 6'10" center from New Jersey. Free throw on the way, and that one is good. So Stewart ties the game up at 36 apiece. 14-15 left in this second half. McDaniel and Hopkins tied up at 36 apiece. Omar Randall, lob pass inside. They skip it out. Right wing three from Jimmy Hammer. He was left open, and he can't do that. And Coach Curley wants a timeout. It's a defensive breakdown there. As good ball movement by Hopkins, and they find the open man, who's Jimmy Hammer. And if you give him any wide open space, he's going to bury a three, let alone the whole side of the floor.
But that's one person you got to say you can't leave him open for three. And everybody collapsed. Nobody stayed out with him or kick out, and he was wide open.
14:01 to go in this second half. It's 39-36. A 3-point lead. That's the largest of the evening for Johns Hopkins. And once again, you look at Jimmy Hammer. No three-pointers in that first half. Was kept in check. Just had 2 points. But here in the second half, he's hit a pair of three-pointers. And for Jimmy Hammer, he's got 10 points. He's the first Blue Jay to reach double figures. 30-second timeout. McDaniel regrouped. And now into the front court is Wes Brooks. Dwayne Eccles, right wing. Screen set up to his left, doesn't use it. Dribbles down towards the baseline, brings it back out to Wes Brooks. He'll put up a three-pointer. Top of the arc, in and out, no good. Rebound being fought. Finish 39-38. Homo gets it to Jimmy Hammer, guarded by Dwayne Eccles. Dribbling towards that baseline, passes along the baseline to the near side corner. Three-pointer, that's no good from Vasiliadis. And the rebound, Wes Brooks. Cameron Royster in transition to Phil Perry. Gets the ball to Royster. Stewart was streaking down, but just a hair too late to get him the ball. Now he has it right to the lane, and from behind, Vasiliadis tries to steal it. Phil Perry to the basket. Right side layup is good. So Vasiliadis came over, almost got a steal, but Phil Perry made him play.
To gamble, he was out of position, and he was wide open by the time Phil got the ball back.
Hammer puts up a quick three, and it's good. Such a quick trigger from Jimmy Hammer, the senior, and he makes it 42-40. That is one guy you do not want to see heat up, and it seems like he's starting to get quite warm out there. 3 3-pointers in this second half. Royce Eccles dribble drive in the paint. His shot is blocked, but gets a own rebound, and he is hit hard to the ground, and they're going to call it travel first. He was fouled, but it was after the travel. There was contact, but he got the ball after his shot was blocked, tried to take that step back. I don't know if he put the ball down to the ground. 12:23 to go. Phil Perry or Andrew Merlo back into the game. Vasiliadis gets it to Jimmy Hammer. Hammer over to Gene Williams. Williams guarded by Nick Perugino. Near side corner. Vasiliadis on the left wing. Phil Perry guarding him in a man, 15 to shoot. Up top they go to Gene Williams. Bogdanovich, elbow jumper, that's no good. Perugino gets the board. 2-point game. Into the corner, Phil Perry. Perry has a screen set up to his left, uses it, bounces it back to Stewart. Stewart, pump fake on the block and finishes. Matt Billups was guarding him, but Stewart under control, finishing from the right side, 42-42.
That's the matchup we've seen Stewart take advantage of most days, when Billups is the one guarding Stewart.
Bill Nelson wants a timeout to talk things over. It's 42-42, 11 and a half minutes to play in this ball game. It's going to be a full timeout as McDaniel and Johns Hopkins are tied at 42 apiece, and a couple other games happening around the Centennial Conference this evening.
F&M has finished off Gettysburg 70-48 the final there. So we mentioned Dickinson won earlier, and Haverford finishing off for Sinus. So Haverford picking up their second conference win, or their
Haverford,
first.
yes, their second conference win.
Yes, they get the 68-63 win over Sinus after Sinus knocks off McDaniel.
Well, the good news for McDaniel, playoff-wise, no one has gained any ground on him tonight as Muhlenberg lost. And you said Swarthmore lost?
Swarthmore will play at Washington.
Oh, that's right. They'll play tomorrow night.
That's Swarthmore, Washington.
So if Washington beats Swarthmore, no one will gain any ground on McDaniel, win or lose tonight. What will be interesting, if Hopkins were to fall to McDaniel tonight, you'd have a three-way tie for first place in the Centennial Conference. Hopkins, Dickinson, and F&M would all be 9-2.
And McDaniel would get back into that tie with Gettysburg now.
Absolutely, because Gettysburg, yeah, that's right. They lost tonight, so there would be a potential tie for 4 and 5. So it's going to be an interesting
4-game lead on sixth place with 7 to play.
Yeah,
which is significant in this conference. If you can know with a couple weeks to go that the 5 playoff teams are set in your seeding advantage.
Hopkins possession. After the timeout, it's Austin Vasiliadis or Otis. Jimmy Hammer back to Vasiliadis. Back to Hammer. Three-pointer top of the arc. In and out, no good. And now a foul down low. And the foul, I believe, is going against George Bogarenovich.
Yep.
And his third foul, he didn't like to call. McDaniel will take over possession with 11:20 to go. 42-42 is our score. Andrew Merlo brings it to the wing. Screen set up to his left. Over to Perugino. Quick ball movement, far side of the court. On the baseline is Stewart. Skip pass, Perugino. Pass is deflected in the air and stolen by Billups. One thing about Hopkins, very active hands all night long. Vasiliadis works it over to the far side. Andrew Merlo given the task right now of just chasing around Jimmy Hammer. Up top, Gene Williams. Williams driving. Pass down low to Bogarenovich was deflected off his fingertips, but right into the hands of Matt Billups, who's able to finish right side. Unfortunate break there for McDaniel as it's 44-42. Hopkins back out in front. Royster driving, puts up a tough shot. It's blocked. Bogarenovich and Royster fighting for that ball, and Royster wins that battle. Royster just so strong when he's down low, jostling against the bigs. Perugino, 8 to shoot to Stewart. Stewart drives, puts up a floater. That's no good. Might have been blocked. Loose ball again, out of bounds. And last touch by McDaniel, and Tim Stewart put up the fist as he's tired, needs a break. Kevin Rosari will check in for Tim Stewart. Also checking back into the game is Luke Chambers for Johns Hopkins. 10 minutes to go, 10:01 to be exact, 44-42. McDaniel trailing by 2. Vasiliadis to Luke Chambers, inside to Billups. Billups down low, no good. Rebound, though, knocked out of bounds. Looked like last touch by McDaniel from our vantage point. McDaniel might have got a break there.
Saying Chambers knocked it out of Perugino's hands.
Phil Perry back in as he checks in for Cam Royster. So it's Phil Perry, Dwayne Eccles, Nick Perugino, Andrew Merlo, and Kevin Rosari on the field, on the court right now.
Well, it's the play clock, so.
I saw the Johns Hopkins women's lacrosse team practicing, so it got me starting to think about some of the spring sports coming up.
The 2-3 look here from Hopkins.
And a bounce pass down low, and it's knocked out of bounds. Phil Perry was at the free throw line, tried to bounce it down to Rosari. Rosari gets the inbounds pass, puts up a hook shot, no good. Deflected out, and tipping it up ahead to himself is Gene Williams, and Jimmy Hammer is fouled hard down on the right side of the block. As Hammer gave the pump fake, and up in the air went Phil Perry, and Perry is a bit shaken up. Always dangerous when you see that happen. As he was transitioned, Hammer had to step, but gave that hard pump fake. Perry went up and almost went completely over Jimmy Hammer.
We're going to talk about that. They got together to talk about calling that a flagrant foul, but I think it was just the pump fake that got Phil. Perry was trying to go up for the block from behind him. It was nothing he could do to stop his momentum. So I think that was a good call on just making it a common foul.
Hammer free throw up and good. Hammer just unbelievable from the free throw line this year. I guess not unbelievable wouldn't be the right way to characterize it, but very good. 80%.
Unbelievable is his 3-point.
That is true. His 3-pointers are unbelievable. 3-point free throw up and good. 4-point lead. That's their largest of the game, 46-42. Under 9.5 to play. Nick Perugino, right wing. They work the ball around Dwayne Eccles. Bounce pass to Tim Stewart. Stewart bounces it and stolen away. Vasiliadis has it, going up left side, and he is fouled from behind, I believe, by Phil Perry. And that'll be 4 on Perry. And Coach Curley wants another timeout to talk things over, as we've seen a number of turnovers on back-to-back possessions, as McDaniel and Coach Curley hopefully just wants to regather the troops here, doesn't want this team to things to start to unravel here for the Green Terror.
This is that part of the game where you got to bring him back in, because this is the point where, with the deadly shooting of Hammer and the way Hopkins plays defense, you've got to quell this run right now.
9:09 left in the second half. Johns Hopkins leads it 46-42, and Hopkins to this point has outscored McDaniel 19-10. In the second half, Jimmy Hammer has been terrific in the second half of play after being held to just 2 points in the first half. He's got 15 points in the game, team high 15 points. He's 4 for 4 from the line. He's set 3 3-pointers. And also, Hopkins has been able to control Tim Stewart here in the second half after he could not be stopped in the first half. He had 17 points in the first half, 4 in the second half so far. And that was obviously a point of emphasis by Bill Nelson in the locker room.
I wonder if this move to go to this 2-3 zone has been Coach Nelson's way of possibly countering the way that Stewart's been able to cut the lane, Bill Perry's been able to cut the lane, Dwayne Eccles has been cut the lane. Just go to that man-to-man, just go to that zone defense. You put Billups in the middle there, 6'7" kid that's set in the middle. Wait for anybody who comes in that way.
Vasiliadis' first free throw is up and good, 47-42. Wes Brooks will now check in for Nick Perugino. So on the floor for the Green Terror, it's Wes Brooks, Cameron Royster, Tim Stewart, Dwayne Eccles, and Andrew Merlot. One more free throw for Vasiliadis, and it's up and good, 48-42.
You mentioned Hopkins has been living at a line now, 16 of 18 in the game.
So a third of their points coming from the charity stripe tonight. Wes Brooks, one-touch pass to Merlot. Merlot to Dwayne Eccles. Up top to Stewart. Stewart wants the ball. Pump fake down low. He is fouled. And we're going to see if they're going to give him shots here or whether or not it was on the ground. It looked like one ref pointed to the ground. No, they are going to say it was free throws. So Tim Stewart will head to the free throw line here, as that foul was against Matt Billups. Stewart knows he can take Billups off the dribble, and he's showed that time after time in this game. Free throw up and good, 48-43. Stewart with 22 points. Big game for him tonight, as now we're going to see George Bogdanovich come back in. What's interesting is Ryan Curran, who was just so terrific in the early going of this second half, still remains on the bench. Free throw in and good for Stewart. Stewart, 23 points, 48-44. 8:40 and rolling left in this second half of basketball. Vasiliadis works it over to Luke Chambers. Gets it up top, Gene Williams. Back to Vasiliadis, spins, lob pass inside. Right side layup by Bogdanovich, no good. Rebound, West Brooks. Brooks gets it up to the near side sideline. Merlot to the basket, right side layup. No foul call. Ball was knocked out of bounds now in front of the McDaniel bench. They say last touched by the Blue Jays.
There was a lot of contact.
There was a lot of contact going hard to the basket. A lot of body, but nothing called. 4-point lead, though, remains for Hopkins. McDaniel possession, 8:15 to go. Right wing, Eccles skips it over to Merlot. Or excuse me, to Brooks. Now to Merlot. Merlot top of the arc. Bounce pass to Eccles. Eccles baseline drive. Now out to Brooks. Three-pointer from the wing on the way. No good. And a tip right to Tim Stewart. And Stewart finishes. What a heads-up play by Dwayne. Over to Tim Stewart. And Stewart now with 25 points. And now a foul has been called. 25 green. That'll be Dwayne Eccles called with the foul. Tim Stewart, his season high and career high is 29 points. 25 points tonight. Inbound left of their basket goes to Jimmy Hammer. Hammer baseline drive, pass is deflected and stolen by Royster. And then Hammer comes from behind and just taps it away from behind from Cameron Royster. But a turnover does give the ball back to the Green Terror.
Active hands there from Westbrook's knocking that one away.
Because there was an open Blue Jay waiting at the three-point line. And now we're going to see that 2-3 zone again that did give McDaniel some trouble a couple minutes ago. 2-point deficit for the Green Terror. Baseline is Tim Stewart near side. Westbrooks over to Dwayne Eccles. Quick ball movement here. 17 to shoot. Up top to Westbrooks. Brooks driving, or excuse me, to Andrew Merlot. Now to Westbrooks. Now ball is kicked away with 8 on the shot clock, so they'll reset that to 15. Nick Perugino will check in, and now we'll see Ryan Curran come back into the game. Luke Chambers heads to the bench for the Blue Jays. 2-3 zone with Ryan Curran in the middle. Perugino to Royster. 2-3 zone remains. Stewart, 6 to shoot. Over to Perugino. Into Stewart, puts up a shot at the last second. Count the bucket and the foul. Perugino thought about a three-pointer with 2 seconds to shoot. Just fired it into Stewart, and Stewart had to put it up basically before it really touched his fingertips, and he was fouled and finished.
Another one of those, got the man off the ground.
Yep.
And found the open man in the middle. That extra pass has been working well.
And now McDaniel has a chance to regain the lead. Stewart at the line. Free throw up and good. 49-48. McDaniel back in front as Tim Stewart now with 28 points. What a game it's been. Johns Hopkins, for the most part of this second half, has outplayed McDaniel, but McDaniel a couple stops defensively. Jimmy Hammer, guarded by Merlot, gets it up top to Bogdanovich. Now a three-pointer on the way, right wing. That's no good, but an offensive rebound by Omar Randall. The three-pointer was attempted, I believe, by Vasiliadis. Phillips. Inside they go, and it's stolen away. Stolen away by Royster. Perugino. Westbrooks inside to Stewart. Back to Perugino. Head fake. Brings it back out. 2-3 zone for Johns Hopkins. Westbrooks lobs it over to the near side to Merlot. 6 minutes to go. 12 to shoot. Merlot dribbles down towards the baseline, tries to get into Royster, goes through his legs, but they keep possession. Open for three in the corner. Perugino, back rim, no good. Offensive rebound, though, by Andrew Merlot. New 35-second shot clock. 1 point lead for McDaniel, 49-48. Merlot in the corner, double team comes. He gets it back out to Westbrooks. Merlot, right wing. Back up top, Westbrooks. Brooks back to Merlot, right wing. To Brooks, bounce pass to Royster, right of the lane. Double team comes from behind, and Vasiliadis knocks it away. A steal for Hopkins. Jimmy Hammer, right wing, deep right now, just a step off the sideline. They work it over to the near side. Inside they go. Matt Billups, a couple steps off the block, guarded by Tim Stewart. Billups lowers his shoulder, gives it out to Omar Randall. Back down to Billups, and he is fouled at the left block. A nice job there by Omar Randall to draw the defense and dumped it down to his 6'10" center. And Matt Billups will head to the free throw line. Billups, 2 for 2 from the charity stripe so far today. Free throw up and good. And we've got a tie ball game at 49 apiece. Billups 65% from the free throw line this season. On the way and good. Hits both. He's 4 for 4 today. Phil Perry back in. And before he will step on the floor, a timeout has been taken. Bill Nelson, head coach of Hopkins, will take a full timeout. Hopkins regains the lead. It's 50-49 with 5:08 to play here at Gold Farm Gymnasium.
Hopkins now 18 for 20 from the line. Still just 14 for 39 from the field. So
McDaniel,
more free throws than made field goals.
Yeah, McDaniel has 6 more field goals today than Johns Hopkins, but 4 3-pointers for Hopkins, and 3 of those big 3-pointers came in the second half from Jimmy Hammer. McDaniel, they've struggled from the outside today, just 1 for 10, and we've seen them, Luke, from time to time this year get some big 3-pointers from Wes Brooks, one of the better 3-point shooters in the conference percentage-wise, but he's 0 for 3 today. I mean, Wes Brooks
came into the game 19 of his last 24.
Unbelievable. I mean, he was 52% from long range. He's dipped down under 50% on the year. Nick Perugino has put up a pair of 3-pointers. He came into today 15 of 50, but he's hit some clutch ones this season as well. So McDaniel continues to struggle a bit from outside.
Merlot, another one we've seen hit big 3-pointers at the FM game or the baseball game.
So maybe they're due. The due theory.
Yeah. Yeah.
5:08 to go, second half. 1-point lead. Johns Hopkins leading McDaniel. Luke Stilson to my right. I'm Tim Murray. A little bit of a delay to start the women's game due to a shot clock malfunction. We've got the Johns Hopkins, the Homewood football field shot clocks rolling here. Supersized on a Tuesday night.
Super Tuesday.
And now Tim Stewart's pass is stolen away. Here comes Hopkins running the floor, and George Bogarenovich finishes with the right side layup. Omar Randall, beautiful pass to him. So off the turnover, Hopkins able to convert, and it's a 3-point lead. 4 unanswered points here for Hopkins to regain that lead and push it up to 3. Brooks, 3 in the corner, and it's good. The due theory comes through. 52-52. Wes Brooks burying a big-time 3-pointer.
We said earlier about Jimmy Hammer. He's too. Wes Brooks one of the top 3-point shooters in the conference as well. He finally hits in the corner.
Bogarenovich guarded by Phil Perry, left of the lane, spins, puts up a hook shot, no good, but Bogarenovich able to get his own rebound. Good defense, but Perry didn't put a body on his man. 4 minutes to go. Omar Randall driving in the paint. There's some contact, and it's a block. So count the bucket and the foul, as I'm not sure if Tim Stewart was just a step too late to get over there, but a block is called, and that is Stewart's 4th foul. 54-52.
He just spent a hair just still getting set as Randall came through. Half a step quicker, and he probably gets the charge there.
So 3:55 to go in this one, a 2-point lead for Johns Hopkins, and Omar Randall a chance to make it a 3-point lead. Randall on the season from the charity stripe, pretty solid, 77%. And in conference games, he's only missed 2, 13 of 15 coming into today. Randall, deep knee bend, free throw on the way, and it's good. 55-52. McDaniel possession. 3-point deficit for the Green Terror. Both teams have 2 timeouts to work with. Merlot in the corner. Brings it back out between the circles. Now to Nick Perugino. Far side, Wes Brooks. Back to Perugino. Perugino, middle of the floor, bounces it to Andrew Merlot. Quick ball movement Down low to Tim Stewart, left side, and the layup is good. And Tim Stewart has got a new career high. He's got 30 points, 55-54. 1 point deficit for McDaniel. Coach Kevin Curley yelling encouragement out to his team to step up defensively. Randall driving middle of the floor. Wes Brooks trying to come over for a steal, but Perugino's going to be called for a foul from behind, a push from behind, and that'll be team foul number 7, meaning free throws now for Omar Randall. 1-1.
30-point game for Stewart. Last Green Terror player to score 30 in a game is sitting on the bench for the Green Terror, Tyler Rudd. 34 against Washington his senior year.
Free throw on the way and good. Omar Randall, just such a smooth stroke. The senior from Wallingford, Pennsylvania. 56-54, 3:14 to go. One more free throw on the way and good. 57-54, 3-point lead returns for Johns Hopkins. And boy, have they taken advantage from the charity stripe, 21 for 23. Perugino. Now to Westbrooks. They get it to Stewart along the baseline. Stewart spins back towards the basket, loses it for a second. Now out to Phil Perry. One touch to Perugino, back to Perry. Driving, floater in the lane, no good. Rebound being fought for. Loose ball. Who's going to come up with it? And it's Andrew Merlot. New 35-second shot clock. Perugino thought about a deep three, but reconsidered. Over to Merlot. Merlot will put up a three from the wing, and it's good! A huge three from Andrew Merlot. His first field goal of the game, and it couldn't have come at a bigger spot. 57-57.
Little emotion from Coach Curley coming out of the floor in that.
Giving out some help there. 22 with the assist. Nick Perugino. 2:33 to go.
Coach Curley fired up coming out of the huddle there as he called the timeout. He was fired up that his senior hit that big three-pointer from the wing. Tied this game up.
What a three, 57-57 is our score. As I mentioned, Andrew Merlot, 0 for 6 prior to that shot attempt. 0 for 3 from long range. Just a wild scrum for the ball after Phil Perry's floater in the lane, ball being knocked around. They come up with it. Perugino thought about a deep three from the top of the arc, reconsidered. They continued to move the ball around and got it over to Merlot, and the senior stepping up with a clutch three-pointer.
Merlot hasn't scored a lot the last few games for the Green Terror. But the field goals he has hit has been shots that have come in big moments.
2:33 to go. McDaniel just used their second to last timeout. So one more timeout for Coach Curley. 2 timeouts for Hopkins, and they turn the ball over. A miscommunication. Vasiliadis coming up the floor, try to get it to Omar Randall, and just went right off his hand. Out of bounds in front of the Hopkins bench. Royster to the corner to Dwayne Eccles. Eccles skips it over to Andrew Merlot. Merlot driving. Now brings it back out. Westbrooks back to Merlot. Merlot back to Westbrooks. Middle of the floor over to Dwayne Eccles. Zone continues here for Johns Hopkins. They played it for about 5 or 6 minutes here down the stretch. Merlot, another three on the way. That one well short. And Bogdanovich with the board. Under 2 minutes to play. 57-57 is our score. Austin Vasiliadis, guarded by Westbrooks. At the right wing. Up top they go to Omar Randall. Deep 2 on the way, and Randall, who has basically been silent the first 36 minutes, has now emerged with a couple big free throws and a big jumper there, 59-57. Under a minute and a half to play. Westbrooks bounces it to Royster. Now they get it over to Andrew Merlot. Back to Eccles. And now a pass sails over the head of Andrew Merlot. 1:17 to go. And back into the game is Ryan Curran. A big defensive spot here for McDaniel as Phil Perry comes in for Dwayne Eccles.
I don't know. You hear Coach Perry. He's got to get a stop now.
Into the front court is Vasiliadis. Hands it off to Jimmy Hammer. Guarded by Andrew Merlot. Over to the corner to Curran. That's far side. Jimmy Hammer. 20 to shoot for Hopkins. Hopkins skips it to the Omar Randall. Back to Hammer. Hammer. Screen set up. They get it to Omar Randall. Guarded closely. Skip pass over to the far side. And now a travel is called. A huge, huge stop. And a turnover by Johns Hopkins. And Nick Perugino comes in for Cameron Royster. 51.4 seconds to play. Clock starts as Westbrooks dribbles into the front court. 2-point game. Nick Perugino over to Westbrooks. Perry, right of the lane. Double team coming. And now a timeout is called by Coach Curley. His final timeout. As Phil Perry dribbled down to the baseline. And immediately 2 Blue Jays players came over and had a double team. It's a full timeout. 38.4 seconds to go. There's 23 seconds on the shot clock for the Green Terror. 59-57. Johns Hopkins currently riding a 12-game winning streak coming into today's game. Their last loss came before Thanksgiving. November 25th against Franklin and Marshall, 60-51.
You got to think Tim Stewart inside is going to be your number one option.
Stewart with 30 points tonight, a new career high for him. The big three just a couple possessions ago coming from Andrew Merlot to tie the game at 57. Omar Randall came down for Johns Hopkins, buried a long two to make it 59-57. McDaniel did benefit from a travel from Austin Vasiliadis in their last possession. Westbrooks will inbound. It's Westbrooks, Phil Perry, Tim Stewart, Nick Perugino, and Andrew Merlot. It looks like it's going to be a box set here for McDaniel.
One of those, I think, if you look for Tim Stewart inside, maybe Phil. If that's not there, you just kick it out to Merlot. You run your high pick and roll and see what happens.
Hopkins is staying in a 2-3 zone. It has been beneficial for them for the most part since they've implemented it. Phil Perry to Perugino. Quick pass inside to Stewart. 10 to shoot. Perugino driving. Needs to give the ball up. They have no timeouts. 5 to shoot. Stewart driving. Puts up a wild shot. That's no good. And we've got a foul on the floor. And the clock should go back to about 15.3 seconds, I would say.
Maybe even more, like 16. There was 38 seconds left on the inbounds and 23 on the shot clock.
And Omar Randall was the one who was fouled. The foul's on Nick Perugino. We're going to see what they're going to put back on the clock. 15.2 seconds.
Close.
Omar Randall, that was pretty close. 1/10 of a second off. Omar Randall has been perfect so far. 3 for 3. Deep knee bend. Free throw on the way, and it's good. Nothing but net. The senior doing what seniors do. Randall, one more free throw. This is the big one. On the way, and it's good. Nothing but net, 61-57. Westbrooks lets the ball roll, but they started the clock, so they should reset that to 15.2. Westbrooks never touched it. And now Bill Nelson wants a timeout to talk things over. So 61-57, Omar Randall has come through big down the stretch for Hopkins. He's perfect from the free throw line, 5 for 5. And no bigger free throws than those two right there.
Hit 23 of 25 as a team.
Taking advantage when they need to on the free throw line. 4-point lead for Johns Hopkins. They have scored the last 4 points here.
I'd say you put the percentages here. Go for the quick two and a foul, but the 2 points the other end, it seemed to be pretty much automatic.
Absolutely.
Maybe you play the percentages and then
We'll see. And Hopkins is going to drop back into that 2-3 zone, but they're not going to allow, likely, for McDaniel to roll the ball in. And now they drop back into that 2-3 zone. Merlot, three-pointer. He's fouled. He's fouled on a three-pointer. The coaching staff was yelling foul because they have fouls to give. But Merlot quickly put up a three-pointer, and he was fouled. A three-pointer, so 3 free throws here for Andrew Merlot.
That ball almost wet, too.
That would have been unbelievable. First free throw up, front rim, no good.
Merlot 6 for 9 in the final minutes of games coming into this one as well.
Second free throw up and gets it to go. Dwayne Eccles will come in. Well, McDaniel, Merlot, chance here to cut it to a 2-point game. A quick foul for the Green Terror. This is a big free throw, though, on the way, and it's good. Cameron Royster will come into the game. He comes in for Andrew Merlot, so we'll see what McDaniel does. They pick up full court, 9.2 seconds to go. 61-59 our score. Hopkins leading by 2. Inbounding is Randall, and Jimmy Hammer is fouled from behind. And, well, Omar Randall has been perfect. And who else has been perfect? Jimmy Hammer. A lot of guys that look up and down this scorecard have not missed tonight from the free throw line. And Jimmy Hammer is almost as automatic as they come in the conference. The foul was on Dwayne Eccles, his third, team's 9th, so it still technically is 1-1. And Jimmy Hammer, an 80% free throw shooter. No timeouts for McDaniel. Nick Perugino back in. Hopkins does not have anyone at the free throw line. Make sure you get the shooter if you're McDaniel. Hammer, knee bend, free throw up, and good. And here comes the big one. 62-59. Could he essentially ice the game with this free throw? Up and good. 63-59. Westbrooks to inbounds. Gets it to Phil Perry. And now they're going to foul. They're going to use their final foul before it's 1-1. That is team foul number 6. George Bogdanovich is now fouled out of the game. I actually like that method, though, by Bill Nelson. Actually, I don't know. With 9.2 seconds left, there's kind of a frantic pace there. And instead you foul, you allow McDaniel to gather themselves and inbound. 7.5 seconds to go. Perugino to inbound in front of the scorer's table. Phil Perry gives it to Perugino. Three-pointer on the way. No good, back rim. And that should all but do it. Jimmy Hammer gets the rebound. He's fouled. And Johns Hopkins is going to prevail. Johns Hopkins, the number 18 team in the country, is going to hold serve at court. They are going to defeat McDaniel and improve to 16-2 on the season. Tim Stewart should get everyone on his feet off the bench. 30 points. Hammer, free throw up and good. 64-59.
We expect nothing else than a made free throw right there.
Exactly. 26 for 28. Another free throw is good. Inbounds goes to Phil Perry. That's the end of the ball game. Johns Hopkins finishes the game on an 8-2 run. And as the PA announcer just let us know, 13 straight wins for Hopkins, matching a school record for consecutive victories. 65-59, your final score. Hopkins victorious over McDaniel tonight. A tough loss, a gutsy performance. And if McDaniel had showed up like this on Saturday, there's no doubt that they would have prevailed in Collegeville. Played a heck of a ball game, but unfortunately Hopkins just able to prevail in the end, despite McDaniel owning a halftime lead and leading the majority of the first, or leading almost all the first half. But McDaniel unable to hold on as Hopkins wins it 65-59.
This is still one of those games. You bounce back off that time. You're playing a top 20 team. It's still a game that you can use as momentum going into Saturday's game. You have to come back on Saturday and get that win against Muhlenberg. First of all, your first back-to-back loss of the season. But Muhlenberg's going to get because you've got to get that season split with Muhlenberg. Just in case at any point it comes down to tiebreakers, you need to get that season split with Muhlenberg.
McDaniel has been great at home this season. They're 6-0 at the Gill Center and 5-0 against conference foes at the Gill Center this year. So back to the friendly confines of the Gill Center this Saturday against Muhlenberg, a team that did beat them back in early January 7th. Muhlenberg has been an interesting team, to say the least, this year. Only 3 wins so far to their name, but they took this Johns Hopkins team down to the wire, lost by 5. And here McDaniel tonight basically did the same thing, led for a good chunk of the game, was tied at 57, but Hopkins finishes the game on an 8-2 run. And the big storyline is Hopkins just, when they got to the line, and they did it often, they were able to convert 27 of 29 from the free throw line. Despite McDaniel having 6 more made field goals tonight, Hopkins prevails by 8.
Yeah, obviously that's the difference. The 29 free throws. I mean, McDaniel, 10 of 13 in their own right. Not a bad night, but when Hopkins gets there 29 times and makes 27 of them, right, it's tough to overcome that unless you are on fire from outside.
So a tough night for the McDaniel men as they fall to 11-6 and 6-5 in conference play. Johns Hopkins picks up their 13th consecutive win. They're now 16-2 and 10-1 in Centennial Conference play, and they remain in first place in the Centennial Conference, a game up on both Dickinson and Franklin and Marshall. And McDaniel is in 5th place right now at 6-5, a game back of Gettysburg for the 4th spot in the Centennial Conference. So it's going to be an interesting stretch run here for the Green Terror as 7 more games in the conference slate left for McDaniel after tonight as they fall to 11-6 on the year.
If you're Hopkins, getting this win is a big win because you beat your rival here. And obviously, lately, the Hopkins-McDaniel series has been one of those where Hopkins wins in Baltimore, McDaniel wins in Westminster. So you still got that second meeting coming up the last week in February. But if you're Hopkins, you still hold that 1-game lead. You got Effingham and Dickinson left still before you get back to McDaniel. You take care of business in those 2 games. Win or lose then against McDaniel last week, it looks like the tournament comes to Baltimore.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for us tonight here from Baltimore, Maryland. We started off with a victory as McDaniel women improved to 15-1, 9-1 in Centennial Conference play, a 67-58 win over Johns Hopkins. 16-1, 10-1. It didn't update the box score.
I saw that one. I saw that earlier,
score, so it's not my fault.
I understand.
But McDaniel wins by 9 to start things off. But unfortunately, in the nightcap of our doubleheader, it was Johns Hopkins who was the victor over the Green Terror, 65-59. For Luke Stilson, for all the folks here at Hopkins helping us out get on the air, that'll do it for us. We'll be back with you on Saturday, right?
Yeah, Saturday. Doug Raftery will be on the call.
Doug Raftery will be on the call with Bryn Upton in Game 1, and to be determined, I assume, his color analyst in the men's side of things.
Maybe Doug rolling solo in the men's game.
Well, the good Doug Raftery. You'll get plenty of Doug Raftery with you on Saturday. But that's going to do it for us from Baltimore, Maryland. Once again, your final scores: McDaniel 67, Hopkins 58 on the women's side. McDaniel falls to Hopkins 65-59 on the men's side. Until Saturday, we'll talk to you then here on McDanielAthletics.com.